Downstairs.
Look like I'm able to go and research. And that looks really good.
From everything, I got shot. That's what the statement during the interview. They told me that I got shot.
So who was doing the interview? I wonder if
It's all about that position. Not the position.
yeah, I think that that little whore gets off on making you I'm sure that's what he was doing. That's the secret judge put it so pretty. I don't. I mean, she wouldn't like that.
I don't.
No, but I'm see movies. I just didn't like smoking.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever. I told you that.
What's that?
Good morning.
I know I was supposed to come by and pick you up and bring you to work.
I made it.
Yeah, it was no problem. I told her that ATM card at the bank. That makes all stuff going. Doesn't have on there, does it? Oh, God. I have to leave in this building.
Oh.
What about that?
All right, we'll come to order. We're now in session. Good morning, everyone. You may be seated.
Go grab some now, Judge Stockholm.
Of course. All right, we are back on the record. State of Florida versus Anthony John Todt, 2020 CF 149. State ready to go? Defense?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Let's return our jurors, please.
2100.
Separately done. Need to shut down.
All rise for the jury, please.
You may be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for your diligence and your promptness this morning. Same questions as yesterday. I'm going to ask a raise of the hand question. Has everyone been able to follow the court's instructions not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone and not to conduct any independent research? If you have, please raise your hand. If you have been able to follow these instructions, please raise your hand. Thank you. All right, I see all hands. Thank you. And has anyone, by a show of raised hands, been exposed to any inadvertent exposure to any media coverage about this case or any information outside of the courtroom? If you'll please raise your hand. I see no raised hands. Thank you. All right. Steve? Yeah, come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the instruction I am about to give you. When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, are for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: the Assistant State Attorney, Danielle Marie Pennell, and Defendant Anthony John Todt, as well as his lawyer, Alicia Smith, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Zoe Elizabeth Todt. The Assistant State Attorney, Danielle Marie Pennell, and Defendant Anthony John Todt, as well as his lawyer, Alicia Smith, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Alexander John Todt. The Assistant State Attorney, Danielle Marie Pennell, and Defendant Anthony John Todt, as well as his lawyer, Alicia Smith, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Tyler John Todt. The Assistant State Attorney, Danielle Marie Pennell, and Defendant Anthony John Todt, as well as his attorney, Alicia Smith, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Megan Denise Todt.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request that state's YY for identification be entered into evidence as 31. No objection, Judge.
By stipulation, that will be received as states 31. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state would call Dr. Jennifer Nara.
Yeah.
This is the,
Are you doing Nara? Are you doing Dr. Nara?
Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Good morning. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Dr. Jennifer Nara. Last name is spelled N as in Nancy, A-R-A, Jennifer.
How are you employed?
Currently, I am one of the deputy medical examiners with the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office out in Spokane, Washington.
Prior to your role in Spokane, where were you working?
I was working as an associate medical examiner with the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office in Orlando, Florida.
And were you working in that capacity in Orlando in January of 2020?
Yes, I was.
What are your duties as a deputy medical examiner?
Sure. As a medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist, we review all the investigation information that we get from law enforcement, from our own forensic investigators, and then we use that to determine whether an autopsy will be conducted on the deceased individual that comes to the ME's office. And we do the autopsy in order to determine the cause and the manner of death. We do produce an autopsy report that summarizes our findings. We document all our findings with photographs. We testify in the court of law, and we also answer any questions that families have regarding their loved ones.
What type of education and training have you undergone to be able to perform your duties?
Sure. I'll go back to the 90s. I attended the University of Washington in Seattle, Washington, where I received a Bachelor of Science in Biology. And then I went on to medical school in Pomona, California, Western University of Health Sciences. And then I did a 4-year postgraduate training, also known as a residency program in pathology. And that was done at the University of Hawaii in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then I went all the way out to Miami, Florida to do an additional 1-year fellowship program that specializes in forensic pathology.
What exactly is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology. If you think of what you may know about a hospital pathologist, let's say you go in and see your doctor takes a skin biopsy of a mole. Then they send the mole out to the laboratory to be processed, and it's the pathologist. We will look at the mole once it's been processed under the microscope. We give a diagnosis to your doctor, and your doctor will determine what kind of treatment, if necessary, will be done. Forensics is a subspecialty, so it's a branch where we focus on deceased individuals. So we're not working in the hospital with the living people, and we perform autopsies in order to determine cause and manner of death.
I know you went over your education. How many years have you been practicing in the area of forensic pathology?
This June will be 16 years of practicing.
Can you explain to the jury the process of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. So once a deceased individual comes to the ME's office, they'll go ahead and weigh the individual, and I will start out by doing what we call an external examination. So we look at the outside of the body, from head to toe, front to back. I'll document any kind of identifying features such as scars, tattoos, hair color, eye color. I will also document any kind of external trauma that they may have, as well as any medical intervention. And then after the external examination is done, I will do what we call the internal examination with the classic Y incision on the chest to expose the chest and abdomen. I'll look at all the organs just to make sure they're in their normal anatomic location. I will also look for any evidence of disease, such as infection, cancer, as well as document any kind of trauma inside the body. And again, the whole purpose of doing this is to determine the cause and manner of death.
During your almost 16 years, about how many autopsies would you say you have performed?
Oh, to date, I've done approximately 4,500 autopsies.
And during your career, have you examined or performed autopsies on remains that have already began the process of decomposing?
Yes, I have.
What happens as the body decomposes?
Sure. So, as some of you know, as the body decays or starts breaking down, initially the process is what we call self-breakdown or autolysis, where your cells start breaking down because you're no longer living. Then the body, because of the gas production from the bacteria that's normally in your gut, also from the cells breaking down, producing gas, the body becomes bloated. You could have like a green, purple discoloration of the skin. And then over time, the body, including the skin, will start breaking down even further. It becomes more liquefied. It becomes pretty much soft and mushy. And then finally, over a period of months to even years, the body becomes more skeletonized.
As a body decomposes, do signs of injury become harder to identify? possibly?
Yeah, depending on how far along they are in the decomposition process, it unfortunately does affect what a wound looks like. For example, like a gunshot wound, which on a person who's recently deceased may be nice and round. As they decompose, the skin becomes less taut. It's just a lot softer. So as I'm examining the wound, the opening of the wound may look more exaggerated and not as well pronounced as in someone who's not decomposed. So it makes it a little bit more challenging.
In this particular case, did you receive 4 sets of human remains that you performed autopsies on?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of the autopsy, did you take some photographs? Or were photographs taken?
Throughout the process of the autopsy, we took multiple photographs.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked UU for identification previously shown to defense. Dr. Nara, do these photos previously shown to you fairly and accurately depict some of the photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsies in this case?
Yes, they do.
Would utilizing these photographs aid your ability to be able to testify about the wounds and injuries that you observed during your autopsies?
Yes, they will.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states composite U, and the evidence is states 32.
Without objection.
Thank you. This is single U or double U? Okay, UU as uniform will be received as states 32.
Did you perform an autopsy on somebody identified to you as Zoe Todt?
Yes, I did.
What was the condition of Zoe's body?
Zoe, along with the other 3 members of her family, she was decomposed. She was a little bit more decomposed than the rest of the family members.
Did you receive photographs from the location where Zoe's body was found?
I did.
And you reviewed those photographs?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything that you noticed in those photographs that might indicate to you why Zoe's body was slightly more decomposed?
I noticed that more than her mother and her 2 brothers, she was wrapped with more blankets and kind of swaddled a little bit more, so that would have pretty much held in the heat of her body as she was decomposing more.
What was the height of Zoe's body when you received it?
Zoe, she was a little bit more than 3 feet. I would say she was approximately 3 feet 4 inches.
And what was her weight when you received her?
She was approximately 30 pounds.
Is this anatomically consistent with a 4-year-old child?
For the most part, yes.
Did anything about the condition of Zoe's body affect your autopsy in this case?
As I mentioned, she seemed a little bit more decomposed than the other members of the family. And as I was performing our autopsy, after I did the Y incision and was looking at all the internal organization of the organs, I noticed that like the flesh between her ribs, everything almost seemed like, I hate to say that, it was kind of like melting off the bone. It was just, she was just really starting to go, really decompose. But I was able to see that at least on the outside of her body, she did not have any evidence of injury.
During the course of the autopsy, were samples collected in order to send to a lab for toxicology analysis?
Yes, we did take samples for toxicology.
Where did you take the samples from?
So normally in deceased individuals, every patient will get their blood drawn, and we send that off to the laboratory to test for any evidence of drugs, medications, alcohol. That's just routine protocol. Unfortunately for Zoe and also the other members of her family, because of the state of decomposition, there was no blood available to test. So we asked the laboratory what specimens that they prefer, that they think would be most accurate to determine, get drug results. So they recommended we take samples of the liver and the brain, and if there was any chest fluid, which is pretty much like decomposition fluid in the body, to go ahead and submit that as well.
Were you able, after performing the autopsy on Zoe, to form an opinion as to the cause of death?
After reviewing the autopsy findings and the results of the toxicology results, and also reviewing the scene and circumstances surrounding her death, I did come up with a cause of death.
What was it?
The cause of death was homicidal violence of unspecified means in association with diphenhydramine toxicity. And diphenhydramine is another name for Benadryl.
In this particular case, were you able to make any determination as to whether Zoe had been smothered?
Based on the autopsy and with the degree of decomposition and discoloration of her skin, no, I was not able to determine that she had been smothered.
What type of injuries would you have looked for if you were looking to see if Zoe had been smothered?
So if someone was not decomposed and their skin's intact and not discolored, many times we would see petechial hemorrhages, these little red dot hemorrhages in the whites of their eyes or in their conjunctiva around the eyes, as well as on the skin of the face. Sometimes we could see bruising or a cut on the inside of the lips as well.
Did you look for these types of injuries or attempt to look for these types of injuries?
I still did the best I could to examine and look for these injuries.
And was the state of Zoe's body affecting your ability to determine whether these injuries were present?
Yes.
What is your opinion, if you formed one, as to the manner of death?
The manner of death I determined was homicide.
During the autopsy, did you collect samples of Zoe's DNA?
During the course of autopsy, that would have been taken by either myself or one of the technicians.
How was that performed in Zoe's case?
I believe we took a sample of marrow or bone from her body since there was no blood.
And did you do anything with Zoe's fingernails?
On all cases that are suspicious or potential homicide cases, we will take fingernail clippings and or scrapings on everybody.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked states FF. take a look at the piece of evidence inside this package? Is that DNA card the DNA card that was prepared for Zoe's remains in this case?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you observed it?
Yes, it's pretty much the same.
You said pretty much the same.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce what's been marked State's FF for identification of evidence of State's 33.
Without objection.
Thank you. Be received as states 33.
Now approaching the witness with what's been marked State's E for identification.
Sure.
Does State's EE contain the fingernail clippings that were taken from Zoe in this particular case?
Yes, they do.
Do the clippings appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw them?
Yes.
At this time, the state would seek to introduce an evidence what's been marked State's EE and evidence is State's 34.
Without objection.
E as an echo will be received as states 34.
Did you also perform an autopsy on somebody identified to you as Alexander Todt?
Yes, I did.
And what was the condition of Alec's body?
So Alex, he was the 13-year-old boy, and he too was in a state of decomposition.
Were you able to get a height and weight for Alec's body?
Yes, Alexander, he was approximately 5'1" and 88 pounds.
Did the condition of Alec's body affect your ability to conduct his autopsy?
Just like for his sister Zoe, given the state of decomposition, it just made it a little bit more challenging to examine the wounds that he had.
On Alec's body, did you observe any external wounds that you made note of?
Yes, Alex had a single stab wound on the abdomen.
Can you just, actually, Your Honor, may I publish? States 32.
Yes.
Can you describe the wound that you observed on Alec's abdomen?
Sure, he had a single stab wound on the abdomen.
This is UU5 of stage 32.
Okay, so this is showing just the abdomen. For orientation, his head was up here, feet are down here. You can see what's protruding through the stab wound is a segment of bowel, and that's because of the gas production inside the bowel and with bloating that he had as a result of decomposition.
This is UU4. Does this photograph show the injury for orientation purposes?
So again, his head is up here. You can see all the skin discoloration, skin slip. There's some maggots. Here, further down here on the abdomen is where the stab wound was.
And did you, after your external examination, attempt to clean the wound to get a better view?
Yes, we wanted to, kind of tuck the bowel in just so I could see what the stab wound itself looked like.
And this is UU6.
So once we cleaned up the wound as best we could see this is the stab wound here on his abdomen.
Were you able to determine whether any major organs or what internal injuries he suffered from this wound?
So the wound on Alex probed at least 4.5 inches deep into the abdominal cavity. It sliced through his left eighth rib on the front of his chest. But other than that, it did not hit any vital organs, didn't hit the bowel, and there was no hemorrhage inside his abdominal cavity.
What does that indicate to you, the fact that there was no hemorrhage in the abdominal cavity?
So even in someone that's decomposed, if I don't see any evidence of blood or hemorrhage, to me, it shows that this stab wound was inflicted pretty much post-mortem after he was already deceased.
Is it possible for a stabbing to occur, let's say in this particular case, prior to the Alec becoming deceased and there be no hemorrhaging?
It's unlikely. There's what we call perimortem, which he pretty much is unconscious, pretty much dead, and even if you were stabbed at that point, you really wouldn't see much in terms of any blood or hemorrhage.
Absent any other circumstances, is that stab wound a fatal wound?
It is not.
Did you also collect samples from Alec for toxicology?
Yes, we did.
Where did you collect the samples from?
So again, on Alex, we got liver tissue, brain tissue, and I believe if he had any chest fluid, we submitted that as well.
And during your collection of a sample from the liver, did you have a chance to fully examine the liver?
Yes.
During your examination of the liver, did you notice any necrosis or anything like that?
On the liver itself, no.
And what would necrosis be? What would that be?
So when we see necrosis, that means the liver's breaking down, usually before they die, like there's something wrong. and the liver tissue is breaking down. So I did not see any evidence of that with the naked eye, just looking at his liver itself. Also, I did take samples to look under the microscope, and there was no evidence of any necrosis at that time.
After the autopsy was performed and you received everything regarding Alec's case, did you form an opinion as to the cause of death?
I did.
What was the opinion?
Cause of death for Alex was homicidal violence of unspecified means in association with a diphenhydramine toxicity.
Were you able to rule out smothering in Alec's case?
No, I was not.
Why?
For the same reason as for his younger sister Zoe, there was, as you saw, all that discoloration in the skin. There's no way I was able to see any petechial hemorrhages on him.
And did you form an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes,
And what was that?
manner of death is homicide.
I do have another question about Alec. During the course of your autopsy, did you also have the opportunity to examine his heart muscle?
Yes.
Did you make any findings that were irregular for Alec's heart?
The heart on examination appeared to be normal.
I'm going to ask you the same question going back to Zoe. Did you have the opportunity to examine her heart as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any abnormalities that would cause you concern?
No, I did not.
Did you perform, actually before I move on, did you also collect a DNA card from Alec Todt?
Yes, we did.
Did you use a similar process that was utilized for Zoe?
Yes.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked states DD for identification. Can you take a look at the contents of that package?
Sure. Okay.
Does the contents of states DD contain the DNA card that was collected for Alec Todt in this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you observed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce what's been marked states DD for identification into evidence of state 35.
Without objection, Your Honor.
D as in Delta will be received as states 35.
Did you also perform an autopsy on somebody identified to you as Tyler Todt?
Yes, I did.
What was the condition of Tyler's body?
So Tyler was the 11-year-old boy, and he too, along with the siblings, was in a state of decomposition.
Were you able to retrieve a height and weight of Tyler's body when you received it?
Yes, Tyler, at the time of examination, was approximately 4'9" and approximately 84 pounds.
And the same questions, did the condition of Tyler's body affect your ability to conduct the autopsy in this case?
As for the other two siblings, it did make it a little bit challenging when I was examining the wound on his body.
So during your autopsy, you did observe a wound on the external portion of Tyler's body.
Yes, I did.
This would be UU1 from states 32, I believe. It's 35. Where on this photograph is the wound?
So So we can see his head up here. He's markedly discolored. Here on his abdominal region, maybe a little bit hard to appreciate, but he does have like several segments of his intestines that are outside of the body due to decomposition coming out of a single stab wound.
This is photographed U2. Is this the same wound?
Yes, it is.
And U3. What are we looking at in this photo?
So this is once I was able to, again, tuck the bowel back in, clean the wound up a little bit just so I could see the stab wound better. And we're looking again on his abdomen, and he's got a single stab wound there.
Did you also do an internal examination to determine if any internal organs were struck with this stab wound?
Yes, and he did have a defect or a cut wound from the knife in the large intestine, but there was no evidence of any blood or hemorrhage inside the abdominal cavity.
Absent the other circumstances surrounding Tyler's death, would this stab wound have been fatal?
No.
Did you also collect samples to send off for toxicology?
Yes, we did.
And were those samples also from the brain and the liver in this case?
Yes, they were.
And I believe you mentioned chest fluid before.
Yes, if it was available, we submitted that as well.
Did you have the opportunity to also examine the liver of Tyler?
Yes.
Did you notice any abnormalities or necrosis in Tyler's case?
On gross examination, looking just at the liver, with the naked eye, there was no abnormality, there was no necrosis. Also examining under the microscope, there was no microscopic evidence of any abnormality.
Did you observe any issues during your examination of Tyler's heart?
I did not.
Were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death for Tyler?
Yes.
What was it?
The cause of death was homicidal violence of unspecified means in association with diphenhydramine toxicity.
Were you able to rule out smothering in Tyler's case?
No, I was not.
Are the reasons that you were not able to rule out smothering in Tyler's case the same as they were for Alec and Zoe?
Yes.
Did you form an opinion as to the manner of death for Tyler?
Yes.
What was it?
The manner of death was homicide.
Did you also collect a sample for the DNA card during the course of the autopsy for Tyler?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with safe BD for identification. Can you examine the contents of that package, please?
Sure.
Does that package contain the DNA card that was prepared for Tyler in this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states BD for identification and evidence of state 36
Without objection.
Double B as in Bravo will be received as states 36.
And finally, was an autopsy performed on somebody identified to you as Megan Todt?
Yes.
What was the condition of Mrs. Todt's body?
Megan Todt was a 42-year-old mother. She too was in a state of decomposition.
What was Megan's height and weight?
Megan was approximately 5'3" and about 103 pounds.
Did the condition of Megan's body affect your ability to perform her autopsy?
Just like the other two children who had stab wounds, it made it a little bit more challenging.
Were you able to still do the external examination of Megan's body?
Yes,
And did you notice any wounds on the external portion of the body?
I did.
Where were those wounds located?
She too had injury to her abdomen. There were 2 stab wounds.
This is UU7 of 6. Where in this photograph are the wounds that you're referencing?
Again, she is decomposed, and with the skin discoloration, it's a little bit hard to see one of them. So you see one right here on the abdomen, and the other one is about 3/4 inches away.
Did these wounds affect any internal organs?
No, neither of these stab wounds hit any of the organs.
This is UU8. Is this a closer up view of the wounds that we're speaking about?
Yes.
This is UU9. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a close-up view of one of the stab wounds on her abdomen.
Now, were you able to make a determination whether these stab wounds were self-inflicted or inflicted by another person?
No.
This is UU10. Why not?
Well, when I did the internal examination, I followed the path of the stab wounds. It was going in a, what we call front to back, and in a downward direction. And that's something that could be sustained if someone were stabbing themselves or if they were being stabbed by somebody else.
What is UU10 showing?
This is a close-up of one of the stab wounds.
Were these stab wounds relatively close to each other on the body?
Yes, as I mentioned, they're about 3/4 inches apart.
How deep were the stab wounds on Megan's body?
Both of the stab wounds went at least 8 inches deep into the abdominal cavity.
Did you find evidence of hemorrhage?
Actually, on Megan, I did. Inside the abdominal cavity, there was approximately 100 to 200 milliliters of like clotted blood in the soft tissue.
What information are you able to ascertain by the soft tissue containing hemorrhage, if any?
So given the state of decomposition and the fact that she actually has some hemorrhage, to me, that indicates that she sustained those injuries antemortem when she was alive.
Did, absent the other circumstances surrounding Megan's death, would these 2 stab wounds have been fatal?
No.
Did you also collect samples from Megan's body for toxicology?
Yes.
Where did you collect those samples from?
For Megan, I took samples of tissue from the liver as well as brain tissue.
During your examination of the liver, did you observe any abnormalities?
No, I did not.
Did you form an opinion as to the cause of death of Megan Todt?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
Cause of death for Megan was homicidal violence of unspecified means in association with diphenhydramine toxicity.
Again, for Megan Todt, were you able to rule out smothering?
No, I was not.
Are your reasons the same as for the reasons you stated for Alec, Tyler, and Zoe?
Yes.
Did you also examine Megan's heart muscle?
I did.
Did you note any abnormalities of the heart?
I did not.
Did you form an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
The manner of death was homicide.
Did you also collect a DNA sample for a DNA card in Megan's case?
Yes, I did.
I'm approaching the witness with the Mark State's HH for identification. Can you open that package and take a look at the contents?
Okay.
Does State's HH contain the DNA card that was prepared for Megan Todt?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you observed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce what's been marked State's HH for identification as State's 37.
Objection.
Double H is in hotel will be received as stage 37.
Can the level of decomposition of a set of remains affect your ability to obtain identification information like fingerprints?
Yes.
Did the state of Megan's body affect the ability to obtain major case prints?
Yes, I believe it did.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Hello again, Dr. Nara. We last met, I think, in August of last year.
Yes, with the late Mr. Schmier.
We sat for a deposition where you gave testimony under oath like this, correct?
Correct.
One of your sources of information in the case was the detective, Cole Miller. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Had you taken information from Mr. Miller previously? Did you know him?
We worked on a previous homicide case together.
When you first talked to to Detective Miller, he told you that this was a case of suffocation or strangulation, didn't he?
He mentioned a suffocation. I don't recall the strangulation.
For the benefit of counsel in the court, page 26 of the deposition. Do you recall your response when you were asked there what you were told by Detective Miller?
Vaguely, I do.
Would you like to review the deposition to refresh your recollection on that matter?
I would.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm talking about page 26, the question at line 12.
Line 12, yes. That he supposedly had strangled us for asphyxiated the children. Yes. Thank you.
Did Mr. Miller also tell you that there was a suicide note or that it was a suicide pact?
Detective Miller did state that.
Sorry?
Yes, he did.
Now, can you help us understand how Benadryl becomes toxic? It is somewhat a benign over-the-counter drug, correct?
Sure.
A lot of people use it for itching, and some people use it to help themselves sleep, correct?
That's correct.
What's the mechanism that makes diphenhydramine potentially toxic or fatal?
Sure. So like with most medications, if you take it in therapeutic levels as prescribed or as recommended on the label, you should be fine. There's really no toxic effects. However, a lot of medications, including Benadryl, if you take it at higher doses, I know with Benadryl you could have some cardiac toxicity, and these are at more toxic levels, especially in children who are affected more easily by doses of medication.
And in your career so far of over 4,000 autopsies, have you analyzed or been involved in the medical investigation of Benadryl deaths?
Yes, I have.
About how frequently does that occur?
Oh,
In your experience?
Yeah, probably maybe like a dozen. They were all suicide-related deaths, just because it's not very common, just because people will choose other medications, such as narcotics, so we don't see it a lot.
Did you pursue the investigation of suffocation on the bodies?
When I performed the autopsy, I looked for any evidence of suffocation as best I could, given the state of decomposition.
And is it an amylase test that'll test for saliva presence on a pillow or a blanket or a spread that might have been held over somebody's face to suffocate? Was that testing done?
No, that testing was not done.
And then as far as the purpose of strangulation, did you consider that based on what Detective Miller told you?
Yes, I did.
Now, you talked earlier about the petechia, and will you explain a little bit about the presence of petechia, what that might show in an autopsy?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, when we think of a suffocation or asphyxial type death, I'd look for petechial hemorrhages inside the eyes, inside the conjunctiva around the eyes, as well as on the skin of the face.
And in a strangulation case, would there be cardiac injury, damage that would be visible?
You're asking in a strangulation case if there will be cardiac?
Cardiac and lungs both together affected by the restriction of air?
If you are strangled and you're no longer able to breathe, yes, your heart will stop.
So you've eliminated suffocation and strangulation in the cases that we've discussed here today that are subject of this prosecution, correct?
Objection, misstatement of facts.
Can I answer the question?
I did not rule it out. Just given the state of decomposition, I could not tell if they were suffocated or strangled.
in your experience in the different locations that you practiced, was there a prevalence of knife wounds in any community, perhaps, where you had experience with a lot of knife wounds?
Knife wounds?
Knife wounds?
Correct.
Correct. And are there patterns or indicators that are important to the medical examiner, such as the depth of the wound?
Yes.
What about a Y-shaped incision or an L-shaped incision? Do those have meanings to you?
You're referring to the knife wound, right? Not the Y incision we make at autopsy.
And what does that tend to show?
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. When you say the Y-shaped incision, just so the jury understands, I was talking about the Y-shaped incision when we do the autopsy, but you're referring to the Y-shaped incision made by a knife. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, we do look for those kind of patterns.
And is that a sign of a heavy thrusting or a more aggravated attack?
No, not necessarily.
And does the L-shaped incision have any importance to you?
When we see instead of just like a straight stab wound, but like an L-shaped, that indicates either the person doing the stabbing moves the knife or the person being stabbed moves their body.
And neither of those were present in the cases that you examined in this case, correct?
That's correct.
The liver and the brain were good repositories of evidence in this case, correct?
For toxicology purposes, yes.
Right. And the toxicology even allowed the examiner to find that there was a lot of ethanol in the brain of Megan, is that correct?
There was some ethanol.
And so that means that she was consuming alcohol before she expired, correct?
For her case, according to the toxicologist, she believed there was some alcohol consumption.
Do you know the quantity?
I do not.
Do you also, when you mentioned that the cases are assumed to be, that you classified them as homicides, that just means that a human was involved, correct?
A human.
Tell us what your definition is of a homicide.
Sure. When we refer to homicide, that's a definition that we use as medical examiners. We're referring to violence, a volitional act that's inflicted by another person.
So if a tree fell in the forest and killed someone, that wouldn't be a homicide.
That would not.
But if an angry lumberjack cut a tree down to fall and hit someone on purpose, that would be a homicide.
Correct.
Just the different activity of a human being involved.
Correct.
It doesn't mean premeditation, doesn't mean with a weapon. It has its own definition that we've discussed here, correct?
As I mentioned, it's a volitional act. It does not mean there was any intent.
Thank you. Were you able to determine whether the knife wound that was observed on Megan Todt's torso was inflicted by her?
Based on the autopsy, I was not able to determine whether she inflicted it herself or whether it was inflicted on her.
If there was a knife wound suicide attempt or a person trying to kill themselves, is there anything distinctive about the anticipated wound or the area where the person would stab themselves?
When I'm looking at a potential suicide by stabbing, I will look at the area on the body, and is this something they could have done themselves? If the stab wound, let's say, was, I don't know, high up in the back where someone couldn't really reach it in order to stab themselves, that would be very suspicious.
And also in our discussion back in August, you said that there was no trauma that was associated with the struggle that you found in the cases. Is that correct?
There was no trauma that I observed, correct.
Thank you. Did you incise the lip tissue on any of these decedents to determine whether they had injuries to their mouth. This skin is pretty sensitive and it tends to bruise or blister, doesn't it?
Correct. If I saw any areas that I suspected there was injury inside the lip mucosa, I would have cut into it. I just pretty much peel the mucosa back just so I could examine them carefully.
Was that found on any of the decedents that you examined in this case? Alec Todt, or Zoe, or Megan?
No.
And Your Honor, our rules of decorum require that we use the full name or the last name, but can we have, since it's all people in the same family, I want to make sure it's all right to refer to them by their given names so there's no confusion. Thank you. So you did not see that in any incised or trauma to the interior of the mouth?
I did not.
And that usually comes from being punching, hit, or pressed too hard, correct?
Or smothered with a pillow.
Which we didn't have in the case.
We did not.
Thank you. May I have a moment, please? I need to ask you to give me a couple minutes to take. Let me sit down. That's resolved. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
Based upon the state of the bodies, were you able to make any estimate as to a time of death, a date of death?
Oh, given the state of decomposition, I cannot give an exact date of death, but given the skin discoloration, the skin slip, the fact that the bodies were all bloated, I would say that's considered what we call early putrefactive decomposition, so it's consistent with being deceased for at least a couple of weeks.
We've used a couple different terms. We've used strangulation, smothering, asphyxiation. Do all of those terms have different meanings to you?
Yes.
What do they mean to you?
Well, suffocation versus strangulation, there are different forms of asphyxiation.
Okay. What is asphyxiation?
Asphyxiation is where the airway in someone is somehow blocked off so they can no longer breathe and get oxygen to their brain.
The stab wounds that you observed in Megan Todt, you indicated that there was evidence that those occurred prior to her death. Would those stab wounds, based upon their location and your knowledge of the autopsy, have affected her ability to defend herself?
Let's see, the stab wound she sustained to her abdomen, she had two. Although they didn't hit any organs, she did have some bleeding after she sustained those wounds. Pretty sure that would have, anyone sustaining a stab wound would make them, be in pain and not be at 100% in defending themselves.
You talked a little bit about the possibility of a stab wound being in a Y shape or an L shape based upon an individual moving or how aggressive a knife was thrust into their body. Is that right?
Based upon whether the individual being stabbed moved or whether the person doing the stabbing moved the knife around.
If the person that was stabbed could not move, is it possible that the stab wound would not have been in a Y or an L shape?
That's true.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Dr. Nara, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. from subpoena.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Nara, you're subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you. I just
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute comfort break. As always, please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. We'll resume in 10 minutes.
All right, jury, please.
No problem. Good to go, Ms. Hyde?
I'm ready.
State ready to go?
Yes.
Defense? Thanks. Let's return our jury, please. You may be seated. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
Mr. Carl, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Christopher Conklin, last name spelled Conklin.
How are you employed?
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Orlando Regional Operations Center as a crime laboratory analyst in the DNA section of the lab.
What are your duties?
My duties as a crime laboratory analyst is to examine items of evidence for bodily fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, or other DNA containing materials such as hairs or skin cells, and then comparing them to known standards that have been submitted to me as well from agencies.
What type of education and training have you undergone to be able to perform your duties?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Molecular Microbiology from the University of Central Florida. When I got promoted to being a crime laboratory analyst, I went through an approximate 1.5-year training program that was broken into 2 parts. The first part was a lot of testing, oral testing, reading of manuals, and showing of the DNA process and everything I need to know in order to do my job. The second portion is actually a hands-on part of the training where I'm under the supervision of another crime laboratory analyst and doing actual supervised casework. From there, I then go through a process of a competency where I do a case on my own that has been given to me from another analyst, not an actual real case, and then present it to a mock trial scenario to get myself certified as a crime laboratory analyst.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the building blocks of life. It composes, it tells your body everything from your hair color, your skin color, your eye color, also down to the proteins within your stomach that might be digesting food or anything else that's within your body. It is consistent throughout your entire life and is consistent in any part of your body, such as blood, hair, skin, and so forth.
How do you use DNA in your work?
So I utilize DNA in my work to obtain DNA results from unknown items and then comparing them to what's called a known standard. A known standard is something like I will reference as like a buccal swab, where it's a cheek swabbing of somebody, and then I'm comparing that known standard to see if they have contributed their DNA to the unknown sample.
What type of process do you use to be able to extract DNA from a sample?
So we use a process called STR, which stands for short tandem repeat testing. Basically, throughout the DNA, there's short blocks of DNA that is repeated over and over again. Each person gets one half from their mother, one half from their father, and that pairing makes it a unique individual for each person. Only cases of identical twins can actually somebody have the same DNA profile. Otherwise, each person individually has their own unique DNA profile.
How often, let's say in a week, do you work with DNA samples and analyze DNA?
Throughout the entire week, I'm actually involved in some sort of process, whether it be me analyzing my own data or helping to process other analyst samples through the DNA process as well, or analyzing workbooks to actually review data to send things through. So my job consists of a 5-day week where I'm doing DNA process for the majority of each of those days.
And how long have you been doing that for?
So I have been a crime laboratory analyst since August of 2015, and I'm still currently in the position.
You mentioned that you get DNA samples that you use in your work. Can DNA be transferred from a person to an object?
Yes, that is a possibility.
How does that happen?
That could be done by either direct transfer, them putting their DNA onto an item, or what's called sometimes secondary transfer, or where it could be that someone's shaking your hand and then they go to an object so that the first person that you shook the hands is a transfer of their DNA. So it's more than likely a direct transfer or their interaction with an object.
I'm going to approach the witness. This is states 34, states 37, states 36, 35, 33, 28, 27, and 26. Did you receive all of those exhibits in reference to this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive states States 28, which is represented as a buccal swab from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with this item?
So what I did with this item is I took it through the DNA process. The DNA process is a 4-step process. What I do is I take a cutting of this buccal swab, which is a known standard. I then add chemicals and heat to it in order to break open the cells that's on the swab in order to bring out the DNA into solution. From there, I then want to do the step called quantitation, where I'm trying to see how much DNA is actually in my solution. From there, knowing that, I then go into the next step, which is called amplification. Think of amplification as a Xerox machine. I am Xeroxing certain pieces of the DNA millions and millions of times in order to get it pronounced enough to actually analyze it. From there, I take it into a area that we feed it into another instrument that then sorts it by size, and the smaller pieces of DNA will be sent first and then the larger ones later. From this, it produces a graph that shows peaks and valleys that would then be a DNA profile, that each of those peaks represents one of those short tandem repeats and how many times it's been repeated.
Did you do the same thing for States 35, which is the DNA card for Alexander Todt in this case?
Yes, I did.
And also States 36, which is the DNA card for Tyler?
Yes, I did.
And States 33, which is the DNA card for Zoe?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any issues with developing a complete DNA profile for Zoe?
So in the case of Zoe's standard, I extracted it twice. The first attempt that I didn't get a full complete DNA profile. A complete DNA profile is me getting information at 21 locations across the DNA. When I first attempted it, I did not get this. I then extracted it a second time, putting more DNA into the sample, and I still was unable to get a complete DNA profile. I then attempted a what we call a re-amplification, where I targeted at a higher amount to put even more DNA into the situation. But again, I was unable to obtain a complete DNA profile for Zoe.
What can cause that?
So what can cause that is a degradation or a breakdown of the DNA due to various different factors, such as being exposed to the elements, being, such things as being decomposed, or from other certain processes that will actually break down bodies and thus will break down the DNA.
Did you do the same thing with States 37, the DNA card for Megan?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain a complete profile for Alec, Tyler, and Megan?
Yes, I did.
Next, did you obtain swabs from the, you obtained 2 swabs from a knife in this case? One swab being from a green and black knife handle,
Yes, I did.
which is States 26, and a swab from the green and black knife,
Yes, I did.
which would be States 25.
Yes.
What did you do with those swabs?
So with these swabs, I took parts of the swabs and took them to the DNA process. But the first thing I do before I do that is which is called screening. I examine them for like the colorations to see if there's anything that could be indicative of a bodily fluid. In the case of the swabs from the handle of the knife, I didn't see anything that would indicate like a bodily fluid, such as we look for reddish-brown staining for possibility of blood. They had a grayish coloration. So what I did is I consumed both of the swabs to take it to the DNA process to get the most amount of DNA. For the swab that was from this green and black knife, it had a reddish-brown on it, which is indicative of possibility of blood. So what I did is I did a color change test, or a presumptive test. What I do is I take a small rubbing of that red-brown stain onto a filter paper. I add chemicals in a certain order to then see if it produces a color change. If it changes to a purple or pink color, pinkish purple color, it is indicative of a possibility of being from blood. So since I knew that this sample was from blood, I didn't have to take as much forward into the DNA process, because blood is a very good source of DNA.
starting with the handle swab, so this would be the swab of the green and black buck knife handle, what were the findings?
So for the swabs from the handle, it demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least consistent with 3 donors, with at least one of them being a male contributor.
How do you know that at least one of the donors was a male contributor?
So in our DNA process, we have 3 locations that give gender. So if we have something at those 3 locations, it is indicative of a male contributor. So if by seeing that, I can say that there's at least one male contributor. I cannot say how many.
Did you compare this sample to the complete profiles that you received for the defendant for Alec, Tyler, Zoe, and Megan?
Yes, I compared all of their standards to this mixture to see how likely it was for them to be a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what were your results?
So for Mr. Anthony, it was approximately 5.2 million times more likely to occur if it was him and 2 unrelated individuals rather than 3 unrelated individuals. For Tyler, it was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from from Tyler and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. From Alec, it was also greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Alec and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. For Zoe, it was approximately 85 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Zoe and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. And then for Megan, it was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Megan and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
And the swab from the green and black knife that you indicated gave a presumptive positive for the presence of blood.
So for that swab, I got a partial DNA profile that was consistent with a male individual.
And what, did you compare that to the known standards you had in this case?
Yes, I did, and I found that this DNA profile matched that of Mr. Anthony, and the observed partial DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Mr. Anthony than from an unrelated individual.
And when you say Mr. Anthony, you're referring to the known sample that you obtained indicating Anthony Todt?
Yes.
Did you also receive in this case states 34 fingernail clippings from Zoe Todt?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with this item?
So with these items, since they are physical, actual fingernails from the deceased, what I do is I first bring them out individually, because these were separated out in left and right hand fingernails. So I examine the left hand fingernails, one set of fingernails first, and then the other set. What I do is I look at the fingernails. I try to see if there's any coloration on them, seeing for like possibilities of blood or anything that could actually give me a good indication of what I need to be swabbing, or if I need to be taking multiple swabs to try to separate out if there was possibilities of blood or anything else. So when I did my observations, what I did is I didn't note, excuse me, let me get to there. So for Zoe, it didn't have any sort of coloration to them that for one of the sets, except for one of them looked a little brownish, but not anything that would be indicative to me for possibility of blood. So then what I did is I took a cotton tip swab, added some water to it, and I swabbed the inside of the fingernails, what would be the underneath of the fingernails, looking for any sort of foreign DNA to it. I then did the same thing for the the other set of fingernails and then took those through the DNA process.
What were your findings?
So for the left-hand fingernails, Zoe is expected to be a donor to the fingernails, but I found no foreign DNA results to the left-hand fingernail clippings. For the right-hand fingernail clippings, she is again expected to be the donor. There was no STR DNA results foreign to her, but there was additional information at a gender marker that I can't interpret that suggested the possibility of an additional male DNA in the sample.
May I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Romero-Sanchez.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's talk about item 6, which was the handle of the green and black knife.
Yes.
This item came to you prepackaged, correct?
It came prepackaged as swabs, yes.
You don't know if the package was contaminated, correct?
I do not know how it was collected. I do not, all it was represented as being as swabs from this item that I have never seen.
And it was sealed?
The outside packaging was sealed. The inside packaging, let me double check, I do believe was not sealed. So yes, the outside packaging, which would be the sealed manila envelope, was sealed, but the inside box that held the swabs was not sealed.
You were able to obtain a DNA profile from that handle?
Yes, I was. DNA results.
And the profile contained a mixture of possible contributors?
Yes.
So in layman terms, there was more than one person on the DNA handle?
Correct. I deduced that it was a possibility of at least 3 donors.
And I want to be more specific. We're talking about the handle of the knife and not the tip.
Correct. It was represented as being from the handle.
You were able to include Anthony, Tyler, Alec, Zoe, and Megan as possible contributors?
Yes.
Now, when you're doing the analysis, the system that you're using, it's not like a yes or no. It's an actual number, like a statistic.
Yes, it is what's called a likelihood ratio.
You didn't make these marker numbers yourself. It was a computer that did it?
It is a computer, it's a software program that we use called STR Mix or Star Mix that used to help what we call deconvolute or like separate out the contributors and then produce the likelihood ratios when I add in the standards for comparison.
As for Tyler, the results were the mixture is 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample were his?
It is 700 billion times more likely to occur if it was him and 2 other unrelated individuals versus 3 unrelated individuals. Yes.
And for Megan, it was also 700 billion?
That is correct.
For Alec, it was 700 billion?
Yes, that is correct.
For Zoe, it went down to 85 billion?
Yes.
And it's noted that the state asked you that Zoe's DNA was partial, correct?
That is correct.
And Anthony's results was 5.2 million times more likely?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we're doing quick math, 700 billion by 5.2, we can see statistically it's about 134,615 times more likely that Megan was holding the knife?
I cannot say how, when, or what caused the DNA to get onto that, so I cannot make a determination if she was the one holding it.
But hers was 700 billion.
It is 700 billion times more likely to occur that her DNA was included in this mixture, yes.
And you're trained as to looking for the bodily fluids only, correct?
No, we also do for things such as skin cells, because skin also holds DNA and that skin can be transferred to it.
And as you stated in your in this cross right now, you're not trained of how it got there.
I'm not trained to know how, when, or what caused the DNA to get there.
And the state talked a little bit about transfer DNA. I just wanted to use an example. If I hold this folder in my hand, I have DNA being transferred, correct?
Yes, and there's other factors such as time and material and other things that will help with the transfer of that DNA.
And if I throw this folder on this table, I potentially am transferring DNA on this table, correct?
That is a possibility.
The reason I'm asking is that you don't know how the DNA got to the handle, correct?
Correct. I do not know how, when, or what caused the DNA to get to that location.
A moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, briefly. Briefly talking about your results from the handle of the knife. Those statistical findings don't tell you how long somebody was holding an object, right?
That is correct.
And the fact that all of these individuals are possible contributors, you did not rule out any of them from touching the knife.
Or any sort of means that their DNA could have gotten there. That's correct.
Correct. And you testified a little bit about it, but DNA is transferred from different things that your body is composed of: blood, saliva, skin cells, all of those things, right?
Correct.
Did your analysis of the DNA from the handle decipher where the DNA came from?
No, it does not.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Conklin, step down.
Yes.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes.
Thank you. Bless you.
State what you call Kathy Carswell.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Carswell, Carswell.
How are you employed?
I am employed by Stewart Reference Lab.
What do you do for Stewart Reference Lab?
I'm a forensic medical technologist.
What are your duties as a forensic medical technologist?
We test for the medical examiners or law enforcement for any of their specimens, and we are looking for the presence of toxicology, drugs, alcohol.
What type of education and training have you undergone to be able to perform your duties?
I have a bachelor's of science degree as a biologist. I also have a bachelor's degree as a medical technologist. I am certified as an ASCP, American Society for Clinical Pathologists, as a medical technologist. I am degreed with the Florida Department of Health in clinical laboratory technology. I also have a supervisor's license through the Florida Department of Health's medical technology program. And I am licensed through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as to testing alcohol.
When you receive a sample, in this case, liver and brain tissue were received, what is the process for obtaining toxicology results for these specific specimens?
We receive our specimens from the medical examiners. They take their specimens, they have to put two IDs to send to us on a requisition, letting us know what they are sending and what they want tested. It is in a lockbox on ice. They fill out a requisition, and a courier picks that up, signs when they are picking it up, brings it to the toxicology department. Upon arrival, we open up the box. We verify that there are two IDs, meaning the medical examiner's number and the name of the decedent. Then we start to accession them. We put them in how much they're sending and exactly what they are sending us, put them refrigerated. The next step is testing. We do two kinds of testing. We do a qualitative and a quantitative. Qualitative is the first testing that indicates exactly what is in the specimen. It's a broad spectrum. When we get specimens, we don't know what's in them. So we're doing three different, a GC mass spec, an LCMS, and a DSX, which is three different types of testing. And in that verifies to us what drugs there are, as we don't know when it's coming, neither do the medical examiners. That's the screening. After the screening's done and we realize what's in the blood, we write, email to the medical examiner, tell them everything that we have found in the blood, tissues, vitreous, whatever they're having us test, and then we ask them, do you want us to quantitate?
What does it mean to quantitate?
Quantitate means that now we know, out of a broad spectrum of drugs, we know exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to do a test just for that, and we're going to give a quantitation as to exactly what is in the system at the time of collection. And depending on blood or tissue, and depending on what the drug is that we're looking for.
How many times would you say that you've been a part of this process your entire career?
I have been with Stuart for 24 years, so that's the process. That's what I know.
So you've been doing this for 24 years?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, did Stuart Labs receive tissue samples from an individual identified as Zoe Todt?
Correct.
And the initial qualitative screening was done?
The initial qualitative screen per protocol was done.
What were the results of the qualitative screening?
Do you have?
Would looking at the toxicology results help refresh your memory as to what the screening showed?
Yes, please.
Without objection.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with
No objection.
what were the initial screening results for Zoe?
Initial screening results, GC mass spec, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, diphenhydramine, LCMS, MS, liquid chromatography, mass spec, diphenhydramine, and then immunoassay was negative, suggesting further screening for fentanyl.
Okay. So,
Let me interrupt for just a sec. Is Triple C being entered into evidence?
no, Your Honor, just for identification.
Thank you.
So your initial screening showed indication of diphenhydramine.
Correct.
And did you further quantitate the amount?
We did.
What were your findings? Let's start with the liver.
Liver,
Liver
yes.
tissue.
We did it in the liver, and the diphenhydramine amount was 24.124 milligrams per kiloliter.
And how about the brain tissue?
Brain quantitated diphenhydramine at 2.724 milligrams per kilogram. Excuse me, kilogram.
Did you also do the same type of screening for an individual samples identified as Alexander Todt?
We did.
Okay. What were your findings of the initial screening?
Did a screening on right chest fluid. For the GC mass spec, no drugs detected. For the LCMS, MS, diphenhydramine, and acetaminophen.
You said it's screened for diphenhydramine and acetaminophen.
Correct.
Okay. Did you quantify that?
We quantified the diphenhydramine. The acetaminophen is not quantitated in our toxicology department. That would be a send out.
Okay. What were your findings for the diphenhydramine?
Diphenhydramine for right chest fluid was 0.238 milligrams per liter.
And how about the liver tissue?
Liver. Quantitation done on diphenhydramine in the liver was 6.687 milligrams per kilogram.
And how about the brain tissue?
Brain, diphenhydramine, quantitation at 1.302 milligrams per kilogram.
Did you also receive some samples for Tyler Todt?
We did.
What were the results of the initial screening?
The initial screening was tested on left chest fluid, screening GC mass spec, diphenhydramine, screening on the LCMS, MS, diphenhydramine, acetaminophen.
Is there a reason why one of the testing mechanisms that you use would indicate acetaminophen and another would not?
Correct. It's why we use different types of screening processes, because some pick up better drugs than the other. We want broad spectrum. We want to make sure we're going to find something that's there. So we do an LCMS, a GCMS, immunoassay screen. So some drugs are getting picked up in some of the instruments and some are not.
Is that an indication of the level of the drug in the system?
No, it's just that some instruments pick up drugs better than others.
What were did you quantify the diphenhydramine?
We did.
What were your findings in the liver tissue?
Liver tissue. Quantitation of diphenhydramine in the liver, 10.362 milligrams per kilogram.
Did you also have left chest fluid for
We
Tyler?
did.
Okay. And did you quantify the diphenhydramine in the left chest fluid?
Diphenhydramine quantitation in the left chest fluid was 0.205 milligrams per liter.
And how about the brain tissue?
Brain diphenhydramine quantitation at 1.446 milligrams per kilogram.
And finally, did you get samples for somebody identified as Megan Todt?
Correct.
What were the results of your initial screening?
Initial screening of the liver was GC mass spec diphenhydramine, LC-MS, MS diphenhydramine.
Did you also look at potential ethanol level?
We did on all tests.
And what was the results for Megan?
For Megan, the volatile panel specimen type was liver ethanol at 0.115 grams per deciliter.
What about the brain?
Brain for the volatile panel specimen type ethanol 0.222.
Did you indicate that the panel, the initial panel also showed diphenhydramine?
Correct.
And what were the quantitative results?
For liver, diphenhydramine quantitation was 34.648 milligrams per kilogram. For diphenhydramine in the brain, it was 5.02 milligrams per kilogram.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Wesley, cross-examination.
Please, the court. Ms. Carswell, do you have a business interest in Stewart Labs?
Do I have a business interest? No,
Do you own any stock?
no,
And you're not an administrator?
no.
When you said we did on every test, did you do the testing?
I did the quantitation on the diphenhydramine.
And you had received suspected Benadryl samples from the medical examiner, correct?
I do not know, without the chain of custody in front of me, what we received. I don't know what specimens besides what I tested.
But you don't know the chain of custody, how they got to you, correct?
No, I don't have the case file in front of me.
So you told us lots of numbers that are hard to understand or to apply, but you can't tell us the basics about how the material gets to your lab.
I can tell you generally how it gets there, a generalist, but without the chain of custody, I can't be specific on those specimens, on those cases.
Can the Florida Department of Law Enforcement do the same testing that you do?
I don't know. I don't know what their testing
Does
procedures
Stewart
are.
Labs work only for law enforcement and affiliated agencies?
We work for law enforcement, medical examiners, private medical examiners.
But if a defense firm wanted to use your services, have you ever done that?
No, we work through medical examiners.
How much did you charge the county of Osceola for the testing that you did in this case?
Do not know. I don't.
Who else is available? And you don't know whether FDLE can do the testing?
I think FDLE can do alcohols. They do an alcohol testing, but I don't know what their toxicology.
Did you put any biological evidence into a gas mass spectrometer to test it? Did you do that?
I did personally, and I did the quantitation on the diphenhydramine. I personally put it on the GC mass spec.
But aren't you aided by software to get to these billion numbers?
Yes, of course. That's the GC mass spec, is a gas protometry mass spectrometry, which has to it a computer system in which it does all the analyzing.
But your computer never has bad days like mine?
We know when it has a bad day. When they have bad days, our instruments don't run.
And so what about the gas mass spectrometer and your service for that and your verification that it's working well?
Correct. Every morning before we even use our GC mass specs, we do an auto tune and an air and water check. And then we run an unextracted of that drug that we're testing for, which tells us how well the instrument is running.
Why did you send out specials for heavy metals and other toxins?
We don't do that in-house, so we have to send it away for specialized testing.
Why does Stewart send the sample? Do you have a business relationship with the Pennsylvania firm that does heavy metals?
That's our lab of choice of sending our specimens to when we don't have the testing in-house.
Do you have a handbook or criteria for a chain of custody or for verification of receipt?
Yes, correct. We have a form that we fill out, a requisition as to the specimen, how much, what we're requesting to be done, how much we're sending them, and we keep a copy, we send them a copy.
Do you send them U.S. mail?
We send them, yes. Well, yes, like a UPS, FedEx. UPS and FedEx is how we send our samples on dry ice to the chosen lab that we are sending out to.
And is there anyone signing for those or receiving those from your office?
Like we are the ones sending it out, so we're the ones signing, this is how much we sent on that requisition, and then we keep a copy and we send a copy with the specimen, and then they receive it on their side.
Did Jennifer Nara contact you or anyone else, to your knowledge, at Stewart to ask for determinations of quantity, level, toxicity, any of that in the course of her autopsy? Autopsies, plural.
She sent in with the specimens a requisition, and on that requisition, she tells us, I'd like a drug screen, I'd like an alcohol. She tells us what she would like tested. We do the testing, looking for the broad spectrum, like I said, of drugs. Then, when we come up with what we have found in our specimens, we in turn email her and say, this is what we found, would you like them quantitated? And it is up to the responsibility of the medical examiner to tell us what they want or don't want quantitated at that time.
And are those scheduled, is that a pick up the phone, oh, it's Jennifer on the phone?
No, that is totally by email. So we have that in our files. Anytime we are connected with a medical examiner, even if it's verbal on the phone or through an email, that goes into the case file.
Are there postgraduate people working in your lab?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and outside the scope.
The bachelor's level is as high as it goes in your lab?
Yes, in the toxicology department itself, correct.
What other departments do you have?
We work in a reference lab, and toxicology is one of the departments, and then we have microbiology, histology, core lab, which take samples from the hospitals of Rockledge and Melbourne Hospital, which we are affiliated with.
So an MD is getting advice about toxicity from a bachelor's level person, correct?
Correct. We're not toxicologists. So we're not telling them this is what this means, and so this is how they died, and this is an over. We are just stating our results and giving them in a toxicology report.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
You indicated that you get samples from medical examiners and sometimes private medical examiners.
Correct.
If a defense attorney hired a private medical examiner and they sent you a sample, would you analyze the sample?
Just speculation.
Overrule.
You can answer.
So we have our set clientele that we work with, a medical examiner, and we do have private medical examiners, and we do the testing. So if that testing were to go to court and the medical examiner deemed that there was more testing to be done, they would get a hold of us. We will not, there is like a chain of command. They need to go through the medical examiners, and the medical examiners need to ask us to do that testing.
Correct. So if a defense attorney went through a medical examiner and that medical examiner reached out to you, you would answer the medical
We
examiner.
would do what the medical examiner requested.
No further question.
Ms. Carswell, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is she excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. See the attorneys up here for scheduling conference. Call your next witness.
The state will call Dr. Adam Stern.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
It's Adam Stern, S-T-E-R-N.
What do you do?
I'm an associate professor of forensic pathology at the University of Florida College of Veterinary Medicine in Gainesville.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? So I'm a veterinarian, and I perform autopsies on animals to determine the cause of death.
And what type of education and training have you undergone to be able to do your duties at the University of
So I started with a Bachelor's of Science in Biology at the George Washington University. I went on to do my Doctor of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Prince Edward Island. Subsequent to that, I did a pathology residency where we do advanced training on how to perform autopsies of animals at the Oklahoma State University. And then after that, went ahead and became board certified in my specialty area.
What is your specialty area?
It's veterinary pathology.
Have you had, now you used the word autopsy previously in the past. Is there another word that we used for this type of thing?
Yes. So traditionally, the postmortem examination of the animal was called a necropsy. But with the One Health initiative, with the relationship between animals, humans, and the environment, we're arguing about this, but autopsy is a preferred term by a number of pathologists these days.
How many times have you had the opportunity to perform an autopsy or necropsy on an animal?
I perform approximately 200 a year, and so I've been doing that since 2007.
And about what percentage or about how many of them are canines?
My canine caseload is probably about 40% of the animals I examine.
What's the process that you utilize when you receive a canine?
So when I receive a canine, the first thing that I do is we review the history that's provided to us. We have a submission form. After that, we review it. We'll go ahead and we will start our autopsy by performing an external examination. So we look at the outside of the animal, looking at it, feeling it, just looking for anything that might be abnormal or even normal to say that nothing is abnormal about that animal. From there, we'll go ahead and we'll perform an internal examination where we will dissect the animal, look at the organs, take the organs out of the body, examine them, and then we collect tissues so we can actually look at the tissues under a microscope as well.
Did you receive a canine in relation to this case?
I did.
Can you describe the canine that you received?
So this was a small breed dog. It was approximately 10 pounds, 4.2 kilograms. We use the metric system for weights. It was a black and white dog, small, had a sort of short curly hair, fur on its body, and it was a female dog.
What was the condition of the dog?
The dog that I received was partially frozen when I received it, but it was severely decomposed. So not the way we normally would see a dog.
Did that state of the animal affect your ability to examine the dog?
It absolutely did.
How so?
Well, one of the things is we have a lot of artifacts that we have to look at. Just with decomposition itself, it changes the way the tissues look, it changes the way the tissues feel, and the tissues actually can break down in our hands as we just manipulate it, even being as gentle as possible.
What happened when you performed your examination of this canine?
So the one thing that happened during my exam was as I was examining the right side of the body, as I started to dissect it, the tissues just started to fall apart. And so I was creating a lot of artifact just with my examination alone and throughout the entire procedure.
What do you mean when you say artifact?
So artifact is something that someone created after death that has nothing to do with the death of the animal. Could be as simple as moving the animal, could be when we cut into an organ, we're creating artifacts that we're creating, and we have to be aware of those and interpret with those in our minds.
Did you perform an external examination of the canine before actually manipulating the canine itself?
Well, we perform the external, but we have to move it to look at both sides. And so, yes, and then we move it and looked at the opposite side.
Prior to any excessive handling of the canine, did you notice any holes or anything that required your further examination?
Yeah, so on the right side of the thorax, of the chest of the dog, there was a hole. It was approximately 1 centimeter in diameter that it required further examination.
Okay. And what were your findings during your further examination?
So as I looked at that hole, I noticed that a lot of the tissue was even torn around that hole. I didn't see any blood in that area, and as I examined that further, more and more tissues, muscle, all started to fall apart.
Initially, just a initial view of this area, did it appear that at first it might have been some type of wound that was inflicted?
Yes, it could have been.
Did you have any other abnormal findings during your examination of the animal?
We found several other disease processes. The dog had some dental disease. It had what we call collapsing trachea, where the trachea is a piece of cartilage, and there's a little membrane on top, and that membrane became wider. So we found that disease process, and then there was some matted fur. This is just some fur that's sort of tightly grown together on the outside of the body.
During your examination, did you see anything that would have led you to the conclusion that the canine in this case died from natural causes?
I didn't find any natural causes that would have explained its death.
Did you look for any possible evidence of smothering or suffocation?
So we look for it, but that sometimes you don't have any findings to be seen depending on what's been done to the animal.
Okay. For example, if this particular dog had its snout held shut and its nose held shut and it suffocated that way, would you expect to have any findings or any injuries that you would be able to observe considering the condition of this animal?
Something like that, what we would call smothering, probably not. You're probably not going to see anything at all in a dog.
And the canine that you received, the black and white canine, was identified to you as Breezy?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Wesley.
Hi, Dr. Stern.
Nice to see you again.
About a year ago, we had a nice chat. A deposition turned into a nice chat. At that time, when we talked, I think we did it virtually.
That's correct.
And you told me that in our discussion that it actually is a pretty new area of pathology and veterinary medicine to do necropsies, and that it's hard to be certain what you're looking at sometimes.
So pathology in veterinary medicine has been around. We've had board-certified pathologists since the early 1960s, so that area is not new. What's new is applying it to animal crimes and investigations. That's been around for about 20 years or so.
The defect on the one side of the torso, could that have been caused by the dog being upside down in death and part of decomposition?
That's possible.
All right, thank you, doctor. No further questions.
Direct?
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Stern, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch recess. We are going to resume with the trial at 1:30. As always, please do not discuss the facts of this case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research, and please make every effort to avoid any unintentional contact with any media exposure. If you do happen to see something on your cell phone while on a break, please discontinue reading or watching that, and I will ask when we return. Have a pleasant lunch. We're going to resume with the presentation of evidence at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, defense, anything we need to talk about before taking our lunch recess? State?
No, Your Honor.
I'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're in recess until 1:30.
Deputies, we have an unrelated hearing at 1 o'clock. Yes, sir. We're going to go back on the record. I think we are awaiting the arrival of one juror. Anything we need to talk about before resuming the trial? State? No? Defense? Okay. We'll just be in a brief holding pattern here. Yes, ma'am.
I believe the state intends to introduce Mr. Conklin. We've agreed on most of the proposed redactions. There's one last page of testimony that there isn't an agreement on. So basically bringing that to the court's attention.
All right, thank you. And in which portion of the statements is that contained? The second half of the January 13th or the January 15th statements?
January 15th, page 124/125.
All right, thank you.
Is that the original? That is the
All right, Ms. Smith, what lines are you referencing? While you are searching for that, does the state anticipate giving out copies for the jury to follow along? Yes, sir. Am I going to be requested to give the redacted transcript jury instruction?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the bottom of page 124, so lines 23 through 25, and then lines 1 through 5.
Right. On my copy, those are redacted.
Right.
Okay.
Defense is saying they should not.
All right, thank you. I guess I'm going to know what that needs to reference.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I don't have a copy that's not written on, but.
Why don't you show opposing counsel what's written on your...
Yeah, it just shows the cross out of what ended up being redacted. Yeah, that's fine.
Right, thank you. The redactions on the bottom of page 124, lines 22 through page 125, lines 5, on the statement dated January 15th, 2020, indicated discussion between Detective Quinn and Mr. Todt regarding how long he had been in there. I don't recall a specific motion in limine that addressed that particular issue. Do we know why this language was redacted?
Your Honor, I don't think that it's relevant how long the defendant was in the hospital. There was a motion in limine regarding Baker Act proceedings, and I think that the length of time he was in the hospital is indicative of potentially that issue. I don't think it's a material issue in the case either.
Defense?
Yes, Judge, the January 13th interview is being introduced, which was conducted at the hospital. Them saying 2 days is literally the 13th first interview and the 15th being now. There is indication and talk of being in the hospital. I didn't think it violated the court's ruling in terms of the motion in limine, so that's why I was asking for it to be included based off of the latter part of the conversation when he asked about medication, just to have full context in that area.
Okay, so the state's position is it should be excluded based on relevance grounds?
We can just include what we want. What is the basis for not? We can include or include anything we want.
Yes, Your Honor, it's the state's position that we can play the portions of the interview that we would like to play.
Are they arguing that it's unbelievable? What is their basis for it being?
I don't know what the defense's basis is for objecting to this redaction.
Essentially, rule of completeness aside from the court's ruling. So the context of the conversation, yes, the state can play whatever they want, but if they're providing transcripts to the jury, if they decide to only play portions of the interview, that's one thing, but if they're providing them transcripts, the defense is of the position that those parts of the transcript should be included in terms of context of the conversation. Them choosing not to play it is one thing, but choosing to redact it is a different position.
Well, the transcript isn't evidence.
That I understand. Is that portion redacted from the audio discussion as well?
All of the blacked out portions of the transcript are redacted from the audio, video.
Okay. And the remainder of the blacked out portions are agreed upon by defense, either prior to agreement or pursuant to the court's pretrial rulings.
As far as I understand, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the argument is that this statement should come in based on the rule of completeness.
Essentially, Judge, it provides context to the other part of the conversation when he responds in terms of medication, if he is or has not been taking medications. I understand the state saying it's irrelevant, but the previous interview was conducted 2 days prior at the hospital, and this is asking about, did the hospital give you any medication?
Can I have a moment?
In addition, Ms. Smith?
Yes, Judge. Additionally, there was testimony by, I believe it was Ms. Melendez, that the photographs that she took of him in the white jumpsuit were taken after he was released from the hospital that showed the EKG, ECG readings, and she testified that it was her understanding that he was released from the hospital on the 15th. So that testimony has been introduced, so I don't think including these portions.
Right. The request is to include that specific language on page 124, lines 22 to page 125, line 5, under the rule of completeness. It does appear that there is a continuing discussion as to what day it is, and referencing, other than not knowing the day of the week, you know where you're at, right? I believe it adds context to the conversation. I believe it would aid the trier of fact in making some determinations that the trier of fact is going to be required to make as to the credibility of this statement. I don't know why it was redacted. I understand the state's position that they are in a position to present whatever portions of Mr. Todt's statements they feel are reasonable. I find that appears to the court that it needs to be included for the jury's consideration. I'm not exactly sure how functionally that's going to happen now that we have 14 redacted copies, that the court wasn't involved in making that determination, as well as a redacted copy of Mr. Todt's statements that was not agreed upon. It was the court's intention and requirement of the parties to get together to have a discussion about what parts of this statement were agreed upon and what parts were not, indicate to the court, and have a pretrial decision from the court as to what was going to be excluded or not. I indicated to the parties that I would resolve any conflicts and was presented with none, except for the one conflict that we have 10 minutes before the evidence is to be introduced. So what was the delay on this, bringing this to the court's attention, Ms. Smith?
I indicated to the state last week, we were conversing via email, what parts I did not agree to. And so Ms. Pinnell was aware of that, and so I had asked her, I wasn't sure essentially where she left off in terms of was she agreeing to it or was she not. We had corresponded via email in terms of asking why I didn't agree to it, and then I didn't receive any final response to it. I believe Monday I asked her kind of where was she on it, and when did she anticipate utilizing it, but there was never an official, I'm going to keep it redacted or I'm not, until kind of just now when we were using the time to wait for the juror.
Ms. Pinnell?
Your Honor, I had been trying to work out these redactions. I received an email on April 7th indicating that they want the part that I redacted. I indicated that my position on it and that I believed that I could edit it out if I thought was necessary. I based my decision to do that on the court's ruling regarding the Baker Act. I believe that the time that the defendant was spent in the hospital is irrelevant and only goes to the fact that he was Baker Acted, which is the reason why he was still in the hospital.
The jury's not going to hear that information.
I understand that, Judge. That's the reason why I redacted it. I never heard anything else about it from defense. I mentioned it to Ms. Smith minutes ago, and it got brought up to the court. I don't know if...
The state doesn't have to ask the court permission to redact things. The defense has to argue that it needs to stay. We don't need the court's permission to keep something out. They complained to her. We told her that we were taking it out, and she didn't hear it until right now.
The state's going to play a recording of Mr. Todt's statements. That portion of the statement is going to come in. The court finds it's admissible, it's relevant, and it clarifies some further discussions that he and the detective have on the same page. Under the rule of completeness, it's coming in. So how are we going to address that situation? Are we able to collate the transcripts with just pages 124 and 125 with that portion not redacted?
Yes, Judge, but it's going to take me a couple minutes.
I understand. I'm bringing this to the court's attention. Apparently, the disagreement between the parties has delayed the proceedings. It has gone against the court's advisement that I would resolve any of these issues pre-trial. I had plenty of time last week pre-trial to resolve these issues, and no issues were brought before the court. So is it your intention to elicit these statements on your next witness?
No.
Okay.
I have one witness before.
All right. Let's see what we can get accomplished after the one witness. Anything else we need to talk about? State? Hearing nothing, let's return the jury, please. Ms. Pinnell, I'm going to give back here.
What's that? Yeah, but can you get it done? Okay. All right. So this is exactly what it says. Okay. That's just over there, and they're not objecting to that. So. All right. So pages. Where's this? Where do you have this? Mm-hmm. So we need 20 copies of. Yeah. Okay.
be seated. Thank you. State of Florida may call their next witness.
The state would call Dr. Bruce Goldberger.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name is Bruce A. Goldberger, Goldberger.
What do you do for a living?
I'm professor and director of toxicology at the University of Florida in the College of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I'm also chief of the Forensic Medicine Division in the Department of Pathology.
How long have you been doing that?
I started at the university in October 1994. I've been practicing forensic toxicology since 1982, so 40 years.
What is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is the application of toxicology for the purpose of the law. Toxicology is the study of poisons, and the focus of my work, mostly as a forensic toxicologist, is the action of drugs on the body.
What types of duties do you have for your employment?
So about half of the time, I'm supervising and having oversight of the forensic toxicology laboratory at the University of Florida, where we serve 4 medical examiner districts throughout the state, working about 2,500 death investigations a year, as well as working about 50 cases a year for Florida Highway Patrol. The other 50% of my time is devoted in part to research in toxicology, as well as some of my forensic epidemiology assignments with the Florida Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control.
What type of education and training have you undergone to do all of these things?
I have a BA degree in zoology from Drew University, which is a small school in New Jersey. And then I have a master's degree and a doctoral degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
During your career, have you had the opportunity to work with diphenhydramine, toxicity, overdose, fatalities?
Yes. All of the drug tests that I personally performed, as well as those that I have oversight of now, involve testing for diphenhydramine, or commonly known as Benadryl. So at the university, we've worked over 60,000 cases, or state medical examiners, and nearly every single one of those cases would include screening for diphenhydramine.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review toxicology reports from some testing done on Zoe Todt, Tyler Todt, Alexander Todt, and Megan Todt in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to start with Zoe. The tissues that were tested for Zoe were liver and brain tissues. And are you aware of the quantitation of the diphenhydramine in both the tissues?
Yes,
What does that information tell you?
that Zoe had ingested diphenhydramine sometime before her death.
Now, you testified that you've had experience with cases involving diphenhydramine toxicity and diphenhydramine overdose, as well as fatalities. Were you able to form an opinion as to whether the amount of diphenhydramine in Zoe's system would have been fatal to her?
It's simply not possible because of the condition of the body and the tissues. While diphenhydramine was identified and quantified in the liver and the brain tissue, those concentrations need to be interpreted with great caution because of the potential postmortem change that occurred from the time of death until the time of the autopsy.
What type of change would you expect to see?
Well, there's decomposition to the tissue, obviously to the body, and changes can result in increases in drug concentration and also decreases in drug concentration. In tissue this decomposed, it's unlikely that these concentrations reported by the laboratory are exactly the same at the time of death.
Okay. Would you expect these concentrations to be higher or lower at the time of death?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Based upon that information, did you form an opinion as to what type of effect the diphenhydramine would have had on Zoe at around the time of her death?
I would have expected there to be an effect on Zoe's central nervous system, and those effects would include fatigue and lethargy, perhaps even coma. But I can't, as I said before, definitively state that this was the toxicological cause of death based on those concentrations.
What about Alexander Todt? What information were you able to form an opinion as to the effect of the diphenhydramine in Alec's body?
In Alex's body, there was diphenhydramine quantified in fluid from the right chest, as well as diphenhydramine in the liver tissue and diphenhydramine in the brain tissue.
What does that information tell you?
Again, that he ingested diphenhydramine before his death.
Based upon the levels of diphenhydramine, were you able to form an opinion as to whether those levels would have been fatal?
Again, my opinion is the same as Zoe, that it's not possible in a definitive way to say that this was the sole toxicological cause of death.
Based upon the levels, do you believe that you would have, that Alec would have had some type of effects from the diphenhydramine?
Yes, I would. Same kinds of effects I described before, which might include fatigue and lethargy, sleepiness.
Alec also had acetaminophen that was notated on the toxicology results.
Yes.
What would you expect to see if the acetaminophen would have been taken at a high enough dose to cause death?
Acetaminophen doesn't cause acute toxicity, meaning toxicity at that moment of ingestion. Now, while someone might have some ill effect from a large dose of acetaminophen, like stomach upset, nausea, and vomiting, the effects of acetaminophen are delayed by about 3 days, and the acetaminophen causes necrosis of the liver.
So if somebody had just ingested enough acetaminophen to cause death, you would expect during an autopsy to find necrosis of the liver?
If the death was due to acetaminophen toxicity, the medical examiner would find necrosis of the liver.
Moving to Tyler. Did you form any opinion based upon the toxicology results that you received for Tyler?
With Tyler, diphenhydramine was quantified in left chest fluid, as well as in liver tissue and brain tissue.
Did you form any opinion as to what effects, if any, the diphenhydramine would have had on Tyler?
Same opinion as Zoe and Alec.
And how about Megan?
Diphenhydramine was identified in liver tissue obtained from Megan, as well as brain tissue from Megan.
Did you form any opinion as to the possible effects of the diphenhydramine on Megan?
Again, I would expect there to be lethargy, sedation, sleepiness, same as the other three.
Based upon the levels in the results, are you able to make any determination as to whether the consumption of diphenhydramine would have been fatal for Megan?
In consideration of the decomposition that followed subsequent to her death, it's not possible to assess definitively whether diphenhydramine was the cause of death, toxicological cause of death.
Were the levels that you observed on the toxicology results, I know that you can't give any definitive opinion due to the decomp of the bodies, but reviewing that along with your experience, did you believe that these levels were high?
I would say they're remarkable. It's hard to say what low and high is, particularly in a body decomposing, but they're remarkable. That is, they're significant. The findings are important. They're not artifactual.
Is it your opinion that the diphenhydramine in the case of each of these individuals was a contributing cause to the death?
It's more of a medical examiner type question, but I agree with the medical examiner that these deaths were associated with diphenhydramine toxicity. Again, associated with my opinion just previous that these are significant or remarkable findings, both in fact that the drug is present as well as the concentrations present in the fluids and the tissues.
I have no further question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Goldberger.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I kind of want to pick up where you stopped at in terms of remarkable. What does that mean in everyday terminology?
Every day. Well, it's kind of a medical term where remarkable means it's not incidental, that it has some significance or importance. So in this case, I'm picking up with the medical examiner's opinion that this is a finding of toxicity or diphenhydramine toxicity specifically. Not necessarily the cause of death in a toxicological way, but a finding that cannot be ignored.
And in terms of toxicity as a whole or in general, there's a difference between non-toxic and toxic, correct?
Yes, non-toxic obviously would be no effect on the body. No toxic effect on the body, right? So harmful effect.
And so in terms of toxicity, when you're looking in terms of the work that you do, are you looking specifically for levels that are remarkable, or are you looking for general levels as well?
Yeah, that's really a great point. So, like I said, we've screened tens of thousands of cases for diphenhydramine in decedents, and a small number of those individuals did die due to the ingestion of a large dose of diphenhydramine. So it's not that uncommon. We see it from time to time. But we also find diphenhydramine in many people, but not in a remarkable concentration, mostly as an artifact because it's a popular medication. It's available over the counter for the treatment of allergy or maybe also for insomnia.
So in terms of the toxicologist or the reports that you reviewed in this case, the conclusion in terms of Zoe that you were indicating that it was not possible to identify it in terms of being a cause of death, is that something that you also attributed to the other members of the family?
Yes, and it's the medical examiner that determines the cause of death. My point of view comes in as a toxicological cause of death. So I'd say keep that in mind. So in terms of the toxicological findings, I have no possible way to say that this drug in these 4 individuals was the cause of death toxicologically.
Can you say that it was not?
No.
And I believe you said that acetaminophen, that was only present in Alec.
It was also present in Tyler at a lower concentration in the left chest fluid. Right. And you have to interpret those within caution or with caution because it's from chest fluid.
And does chest fluid typically potentially give higher readings than liver or brain tissue?
No, well, they're measured differently. One's by milliliter and the other's by kilogram or gram. No, just, can you ask the question again?
You were saying essentially that it had to be interpreted the way in which you interpret it, and I was asking if it was because of basically the way you get the concentration.
Just because of the decomposition, everything that we would consider would have to be done with caution.
Gotcha. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Of course.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Spinell.
Briefly. The levels of diphenhydramine that you observed in the results for Zoe, do you believe that that level would have affected Zoe's ability to defend herself?
It's very likely, yes.
Same question for Alec
Yes, ma'am, yes,
and Tyler.
yes,
What about Megan?
yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. May Dr. Goldberger step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
See excused from subpoena?
Not at this time.
Dr. Goldberger, you're subject to recall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May I see the attorneys briefly at the bench? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, parties may be seated. As discussed at the bench, the court's going to take a break. The court has, based on its order, required the state to restore a portion of the redacted transcript as well as the redacted recording. I understand that process is underway. It may take about another 20 to 30 minutes. I will simply recess, and the state, if you will indicate to Madam Clerk when the copies have arrived and when the copy of the recording has arrived. Defense, I'd like you to review that portion of the recording and the transcripts to verify that that portion has been restored. Anything else we need to talk about before we take a break? Defense? State? Be in recess, just so indicate to the clerk, and I'll return as soon as I get your word. Thanks.
Thank you.
Right. State ready to proceed? Defense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm going to remind the members of the media, please do not photograph any portion of the jury box or the jurors. I believe, again, this may have been done inadvertently, but there is a agreement between the Ninth Judicial Circuit and the members of the media not to photograph any of the potential jurors. So I believe in some of the wide shots, portions of the jurors were visible. Please avoid that. We're going to bring back in the jury. Thanks. Yes, sir. I've got photographs of some of the footage on a wide shot. There were some jurors that were plainly visible that was broadcast. So I'm going to ask that you make an effort to avoid that. I think it was inadvertent.
It was, and I apologize.
Not a problem, sir. Let's return our jurors, please. State, if you'll let me know when you'd like me to read those stipulations, I'm happy to do that.
All rise to the jury, please.
You may be seated. Thank you. State of Florida may call their next witness.
State of Law Detective Cole Miller.
Mr. Clerk, please read the record.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name, spell your last name for the record?
Cole Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Where are you employed?
Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Almost 15 years.
Back in January of 2020, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
Violent Crimes Unit.
What were your duties as a detective in the violent crimes unit?
Respond to death investigations, homicides, suicides, that type of stuff.
On January 13th of 2020, were you assigned a case involving an individual identified to you as Anthony Todt?
I was.
Do you see Anthony Todt in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and a location in which he's sitting?
Blue shirt with a silver tie.
Has the appearance of the defendant changed since you saw him in January of 2020?
Yes, it has.
How?
He's lost a lot of weight.
During your investigation, Did you have an opportunity to speak with the defendant January 13th of 2020?
I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant on January 15th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your interview on January 15th audio and video recorded?
It was.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked states ZZ for identification. Detective Miller, have you had an opportunity to briefly view some of the portions of the interview on this flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this flash drive contain the interview that was conducted with Anthony Todt on January 15th of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states ZZ for identification, and the evidence is states 38, I believe.
States 38 will be received, which is double Z as in Zulu.
The state would seek to publish states 38. I do have transcripts.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. You are about to view a recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view and consider this evidence. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as you do any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. Transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Sorry for the delay. No.
see the attorneys up here real quick. Right, I've received an inquiry from the jurors as to whether they may take notes on the transcript. Please remember that pursuant to the instructions, the transcripts are not evidence, so they will not be sent back into the jury deliberation room for consideration if deliberation is required in this case. You are going to take notes. You will be permitted to take your personal notes back for consideration if you're called upon to deliberate. So after the video is shown, the courtesy copies of the transcripts will be collected. You may continue, State.
Everything okay? I'm here. All right, we're here, right? Is that what you said? Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Spell the last name again? T-O-D-T. Okay. And our case number is 20I004299. Hold on. Let me turn this stupid thing off real quick. Maybe. I can figure this damn thing out, right? There we go. Okay. Just to let you know I'm recording this, just like the conversations we had the other day at the hospital. What I want to do is, this is what I read you the other day. I want to have you I'm going to read it to you again before I speak to you, obviously. So Miranda rights. I'm required to inform you that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Can you speak up a little bit? Yes. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand? Yes. If you're not entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning, you are entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. You understand? Yes. Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided before and during questioning without charge. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. I know verbally you said yes. If I could be so kind, or if you could be so kind, could I get you can read these? Okay. I'll throw your signature right there if you can. You can read them verbatim, whatever you want. I know you said yes. Each one will. You got it? Can't get that. Oh, you can't get that? Sure. Okay. There we go. Sorry. That's okay. And I will know as it's here once, but sort of from Mr. True, correct? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I know we're speaking about our investigation, case number 20I004299. What I'll have you do, obviously, you're in a set of handcuffs right now in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. If I could ask you, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that everything that we're speaking about today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's a very tragic event, very unfortunate event. Earlier this week, we were called to your home. Obviously, I'm just doing this. All three of us have already spoken. I don't know what they treated you for. I don't know if it was something to do with some liver, kidneys, or something like that, enzymes or something.
Benadryl overdose.
Benadryl? Okay. How do you feel right now?
Regarding health-wise?
Yeah, I mean,
I feel very sad and very upset that I'm still here. And
yeah. Is there somewhere else you'd rather be?
With my family, on the other side.
On the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you do know your wife and children are deceased?
Yes, and that's where I want to be.
That's where you want to be? Okay. All right. Well, some progress has been made since we last spoke. Okay. I had the unfortunate event of attending their autopsies yesterday. Okay. And we'll get to the kind of the details on that. There are some questions that I have based upon what I've witnessed yesterday and then what we've last spoken about. So just to clear my mind and go through everything, I'd like you to just start from the beginning, if we can. How we led up to where we're at right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. For a while, my wife had started. She began watching these videos, talking about the afterlife, talking about salvation, talking about how families go.
Slow down a little bit right now. I'm just having a hard time keeping up with you too.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's speak up.
And in watching these videos and watching everything going on, she presented them to me, and I started watching them with kind of a uneasy, whatever. And the more and more we watched, the more and more I gained an understanding that there is more than this life here, a higher level of consciousness. And then we started researching, and then we started finding more about the world is coming to the end, the apocalyptic end, and that families may be separated and enslaved, and to avoid this, to all go together. Okay?
You mean die together?
Die together, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay? So, because my wife's been chronically ill for a while, this really appealed to her, and because it appealed to me also, because she wouldn't be in any pain, family wouldn't be separated, there would be no more sorrow, no more heartbreaking, no more anything. It would be a salvation and everlasting life. Okay? So we kept doing our research, reading up things, meditating, and decided that, yeah, this should be a thing. This should be what we should do. Okay? We had sat down and talked with the boys and Zoe just on different things about, death and the way what would happen if mommy died, how would you feel, what happened when daddy died, what would you feel? And because some responses was that we don't want you to die, we want to die with you. Okay?
So when did you guys start talking to the children about this?
What month are we in?
We're in January now.
No, it was before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And your wife first showed you these videos when?
She started watching them, or she first started showing them to me in April.
April. Okay. And what was she using to watch these?
Her Microsoft Surface laptop.
And that's the one in the blue case?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a flip, yes.
All right. Okay, go on. So you talked to the children?
Talked to the children, just to get a general understanding what they want to do and not. And they didn't want to live without us. Okay? We didn't point blank say we're going to die and, leave you behind, but, what would you do if mommy and daddy died? And we don't want to live without you. We don't want to live without you. Okay. In conversation with my wife, we didn't want to live without them either. We wanted to bring a whole family together and make it transverse together. Okay? So we were coming up with different things of how we could do this. We didn't know how we could do this because we're not violent people. Okay? Not violent people at all. First, we said, what if we, we started reading different things, or something came on TV about cough medicine. Okay, so could they have some cough medicine that would put them to sleep? They overdose of cough medicine, just put them to sleep. And a nice peaceful death. Okay, so my wife made a pudding pie, jello pie, froze it. Nothing happened.
What was in the pie?
What was in the pie? Sleep, ease, these different things with drama, the stuff that puts you to sleep.
You said you have a medical background, is that correct?
I have a medical but not a chemical background.
Not a chemical, okay.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
Okay, so you don't have all the terminology and...
No.
Does your wife?
She's a physical therapist, no.
Okay.
We look it up and...
Where did you guys look this? I was just fixing to ask, where did you guys do the research at?
We went honestly up and down the aisles of the Publix and asked the drug guy, pharmacist, thank you. What's something good that puts you to sleep, trouble falling asleep?
When did you guys start doing this research?
That started research before Halloween, but I just intermittently trying to figure out what was going on,
Okay.
When we found out that the best drug to use was the stuff in Benadryl. That's the safest way to put away. That's the safest way to put in. So it didn't work. So we kept thinking, talking, and just researching different things. And finally, we started researching. We said, we're just going to have to do some sort of exsanguination. Okay? Bleed to death. Okay? That's how they used to do it way in the back, when they used to do sacrificial things.
You take a bleed to death?
Bleed to death.
Oh, bleed to death, sorry. Okay.
Okay. And so we started researching where would be the easiest to stab, to do, whatnot, so the kids could bleed to death, maybe in combination with the sleep drug.
Okay.
Okay? And that's how everything led up to be.
Okay. So that's through research. You guys have found, now you're saying you and your wife did this together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in doing all the research and everything, how did we get to Monday morning? Take me back to the holidays. When do you think the children died? That type of stuff.
I'm still trying to remember when the children died. I can't put those pieces together.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
We wanted the kids to stick around for the Christmas holiday concert because we didn't want to disappoint that.
Did you guys celebrate Christmas Day?
No, the kids were there before Christmas.
Because family is saying that they spoke with Megan the day after Christmas. Was Megan alive the day after Christmas?
No, she died right the day after the boys did.
Right. I remember you saying that the other day. That's why I've made contact now with your family and with Megan's family. And so Megan's family is 99% sure that looking back through cell phone records and stuff, that they spoke with her, not text message. They spoke with her the day after Christmas.
No.
And she said the children were sick.
No.
Okay, so you're adamant that they died before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay. The children, you said, died 24 hours or so a day prior to Megan?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to the day of their death. How did this go down?
Woke up at 11:30 at night. We set the alarm for 11:30 at night, and got up out of bed. And it was to Zoe first.
Okay.
Meg walked me to the room, and she walked back into her room.
Step by step. So you guys are sleeping in the master room, I'm assuming?
Yes, my wife and I, yes. And the dog.
And the puppy, okay. Which boy was upstairs?
Zoe was upstairs in her room.
Okay.
Alec was upstairs in his room. Tyler was asleep downstairs in the library room.
And why again was he down there?
The two of them were sick, so we kept them apart.
Okay. All right, so, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So we walked to the door, Zoe's door. Megan and I hugged and kissed, and pretty much we know what we need to do. Come back at me when we're done. So I went into Zoe's room, and it took me 2 or 3 hours sitting there because it's a tough. But the everlasting salvation and the thought of that everlasting salvation was there, and I needed to save her soul. We wanted her to be with us. Megan kept coming in. What's going on? I'm like, it'll be done in a little bit. It'll be done in a little bit. It's getting past that. I'm not like that, you know. The initial thought was to stab into the umbilicus above the navel, so I could get the inferior vena cava or the abdominal aorta and be bleed out within no time whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I know I tried. I don't know if I ever punctured it. I don't know if I did or not. I saw a little mark on her, but I don't know if I saw anything. But then she rolled and started swiggling, and I put my hand over her mouth, and I put a pillow over top of her, so she went, and then she started to fade away. And I just held that until there was no motion left.
So you didn't lay on her?
I did lay on her when she lay on her belly. I'm sorry. I laid on her to keep her down, and I put the pillow on top.
Okay. Do you think you stabbed her or no?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
Okay. So how long would you say it took you to take her life?
The whole motion?
Yeah.
Like from the minute I was sitting in there, or from?
Well, I'm saying once you initially take action, okay, did you have a knife with you?
Yes.
Which knife did you have with you?
The small knife.
Which is what color?
Green.
Okay, that's the green buck knife that you talked about?
Green buck knife, yes.
Okay, all right. So you had that in her bed.
Mm-hmm.
So how long from the time that you had the knife out to the suffocation until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right around there. It seems like that night took forever, so it's hard to really gauge on the time.
Okay, and you said you used a pillow over her head?
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving. I think she was on her back with her head towards the wall, so in that way.
So for 10 minutes to 15 minutes, you held a pillow over your daughter's head?
Mm-hmm.
How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes?
Mm-hmm.
So like 2 minutes?
I had no timer, but yes.
I'm just saying, guys, minutes looking back.
And I just held it there.
That's a long time.
Yes, it is.
Did the other children hear her?
No.
Did your wife hear her?
My wife kept going up. I felt her in the opening the door to see what was going on, and shutting the door and walking back.
Okay.
Because you just see the light coming in.
Okay. So you think the sun was coming up, or was it just the light from the...
It was light from the hallway.
A light bulb? Okay. So now Zoe is deceased. Mm-hmm. And what happens next?
Walk out. Stood with Megan in the room for a little while.
How was the body?
How do you mean?
How was the positioning? Where was the pillow?
There was a pillow behind her head, and her hands were out to the side, and I made sure the covers were on top of her, just in essence to keep her warm.
Did she have anything in her hands?
No, I had put a rosary in her hands later on when I moved.
When you moved the bodies?
I moved the bodies, yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. And that was post-rigor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry, we're getting a little bit ahead of us.
No, that's okay.
I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry. Okay, so Zoe's gone. You and Megan console each other, whatever you guys have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens?
We go into Alec's room.
Alec's room?
Yes. The one next to the bathroom, the one upstairs.
One upstairs, okay.
Yeah. And beforehand, we had talked about the aspect of she's got to hold his feet down. And I'll do the stab.
How old's Alec?
13.
Okay, so he's the oldest. Okay. Okay, so what happens?
We walk in. He's on his back. She's just sitting there holding his feet together. We're just in there, just eyeing each other, just gaining the confidence, I guess, you know. And I go to, I stabbed him, and he started kicking, was trying to get up, and he kept rolling. So I ended up putting there was a pillow there, and I put a pillow in the back of his head so he wouldn't hit me with the back of his head. And I reached around with my hand and held his nose in his mouth. And he kept rolling and kicking and rolling and kicking, and then it eventually stopped.
And where was Megan at?
Megan left midway through there and went back to the room.
All right. How long would you say it took to kill Alec?
That one I have no idea. It went quickly, but I don't know.
Okay. And there was blood and everything in his bed?
On his bed, yes.
Where did you stab him?
In the stomach, the same spot that we identified as where you could get the inferior vena cava.
And what area did you call that?
Inferior vena cava?
No. You called it earlier.
Abdomen?
It's overall the abdomen. I think you used another term earlier. It was the one that you specifically spoke about the navel.
Umbilicus.
Umbilicus?
Yes, umbilicus.
Okay. Is that something that you researched in there, or you knew that from your profession?
Researched and learned ahead of time.
Okay.
Especially on a website called Quora.com.
And spell that again?
Quora.com.
Quora.com.
Yes.
And what is Quora? If I go research this, what is it going to show me?
Quora.com, you can ask anything they want, and it's people feedback. We happen to find it just by looking up knife techniques. And you ask it anything, and they'll show you, and they'll tell you and explain to you the best way to do things and where to do things, and suggestions how to commit suicide.
I was going to ask, is it like a suicide website, or is it a...
It's an everything website.
So I can go in there and say, how do I change the oil on my...
That I don't know.
Is it like medically based, or...
It's not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for suicidal techniques and also to get ideas how to do it with the knife.
When were you doing your research on Quora.com?
Started that before Halloween.
Before Halloween?
Yeah.
Where did you learn of that? You may have said this. Where did you learn of Quora.com?
I happen to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up, and a couple of the questions came up as, how do I kill myself with a knife? So I clicked on that, and there was Quora.com. So I clicked on Quora.com. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yes, I know the internet is very crazy, and there's some stuff on it. But when you typed in, when you were talking about knife techniques, like was it how to cut up some steak, or is it how to...
Offensive techniques, defensive knife technique.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done your research on that going back pre-Halloween.
Yeah.
Did you have to create any type of accounts or anything like that?
You go in, you ask questions. The suicide ones, when I was asked about suicide, once you clicked in 2 or 3 times, the links, it actually verify your age through Google.
Okay.
So you can click out and just do 3 more times without.
So you don't have to have like a login or a sign-in name or create an account?
You can create an account, but you don't have to.
You don't have to. Do you remember which device you were using when you were researching Quora.com?
My iPhone, I don't know what the phone number for that is. I want to say it's 0742 or something like that.
0742, you mean the passcode?
No, the phone number to it.
For the iPhone?
Yeah.
What was the passcode for that one again?
5108.
5108?
Correct.
Just for your iPhone, which is what you did the research for Quora.com.
That, and also my black Surface app.
Surface tablet?
Yep.
When did you do this research on the tablet?
Intermittently between.
Is there a login or is there a sign-in or a passcode for your tablet?
Passcode for my tablet is 75, it's a phased one, but I'm pretty sure it's 7577, capital G, lowercase ULA.
.com? No, just tablet, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, getting back to taking the life of Alec, and is it A-L-E-K?
Yeah.
Okay. Alec, who was 13. You're saying that you were solely responsible for his life loss, his murder?
That's correct.
Okay. Your wife, at this point, was where?
She had gone back to the room.
Okay. Had you given the children any medications prior to this night? I know you talked about the pie or whatever that your wife had made. Up until this point, were the children routinely given any type of medications?
We give them some supplements in there.
Okay.
But.
All right. So the night in question, they weren't under the influence of anything. They were just normal.
They had
What'd you call it, pie or something like that?
pie. Yeah. But then that didn't work that night. I don't remember if we gave him anything. Because those are two separate nights. We tried the pie one night.
You tried it before.
Mm-hmm. But I don't remember if we tried anything in that next night or not.
So you didn't try to sedate them or anything like that prior to killing them?
They were asleep. Doesn't make sense why we wouldn't. We must have given him the cough medicine again. I'm serious, we must have given him the cough medicine again.
I'm just thinking if you're trying to do something like that, and you've done a lot of preparation. I mean, you started to prepare this back in April, so I was thinking you've done your research and everything like that in the premeditated fashion. So I would just think that one would give, if you have medications at hand and stuff like that, to kind of lower their emissions a little bit.
Yeah, we wanted to go very peacefully. We didn't not want them in pain.
Okay. So it's possible, and obviously with further investigations as far as the remains and stuff like that, that one we'll come up with that at a later time. But okay, so Alec is gone. What happens after that?
So I walk into the room, Megan and I console ourselves, and she turned to me. She goes, "We have to finish this. There's one more left. Let's go before the sunlight comes up."
Okay.
I said, "Okay." So she says, "I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to stand because of the way the downstairs is." The way the downstairs is, I don't know if you saw the house.
Mm-hmm.
Once you got it, my Tyler is the strongest kid, and my Tyler is the quickest kid. And if he got out of the room by chance, it wouldn't help the situation.
Why not?
Because we wouldn't be able to catch him, hence we wouldn't be able to all go together.
Was there fear like maybe he would
get away?
Like outside of the home, like alert neighbors or something? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was almost like a quick, I don't want to say like an attack, but it was a quicker movements with him?
Yes. But same thing. Megan stood outside the door, just in case, so the door couldn't open. Mm-hmm. And I had gone in, and he was laying on his laying parallel. He was laying on his left side, and I was able to get in and get the knife right in there, I got it, it started bleeding quite a bit, but then being strong, he kept moving. So then again, I had to like put a pillow on top of my hand, and he went really quick.
So a lot of blood.
I didn't see much blood because I had it covered up, like how much blood coming out. I could feel the blood coming out because it was all over my hand, but it was bloody.
And I'm sorry I didn't ask him.
Please.
With the boys, which knife did you use?
It was all the green knife for the kids, and
The buck.
they're both buck knives, but the green knife was for the kids, and the one Megan used to stab herself with.
She also used the green one?
Yes,
Okay.
because we established the fact that I had to get a bigger knife for myself because my body mass is bigger to get the same thing.
Okay. So Tyler, in which room downstairs was Tyler?
Tyler was in the library room downstairs.
Library room. So if I walk in the house, where at?
You got to walk in the house. The first room on the left is the music room. The second room on the left is the library room with the double French door things.
Okay. And that's the room. Was he on a mattress? Was he?
He was on the mattress, and the mattress, my wife is very adamant about mattress covers. So he was on top of the mattress cover and all his blankets and everything.
Okay. Did that mattress stay downstairs?
That mattress stayed downstairs. The cover and everything else was brought up when I brought him up to the room.
So obviously there should be, if he bled or bled out, there should be signs of that on the mattress.
The mattress was clean because of the cover.
What do you mean by cover?
By the mattress cover.
Okay, which is cloth?
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't allow fluid or anything to go through.
Okay. All right.
When I moved him, because they were under the cover.
So that's sometime later?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So Tyler is killed. Who's in the room when he's killed?
It's just me and Tyler. Megan is outside in the door.
What is she saying during any of this?
She's doing meditations.
Was she drinking or consuming anything that would maybe...
Not at that point, no.
Bring her down? Because it's just a lot for a parent to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot for a human being to go through, let alone a parent. Okay.
But we had salvation in mind. We had the greater, and that's, in all honesty, we love our kids, and it's sad.
I got you. I understand. Okay. So now all the children are gone. How long until the sun comes up?
I don't know. It might be about 5 o'clock in the morning. Around that time.
Was the sun coming up like part of a rule or anything like that? Because you mentioned it a couple times that Megan told you that you have to do this before the sun comes up. Is there a reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I don't know why the reasoning was behind that, but it would have to be done before the sun came up, yes.
Okay. So it's nothing during your research or investigations or anything like that that has...
Nothing per mine. I don't know what was on her side, research or whatnot. I was just told this needed to be done before the sun came up.
Okay. All right. So they're all deceased. What do you guys do?
Go up to the bedroom. Just started talking. How do we want to, the kids are dead. What do we want to do now? What's going on? What's our next step? What are we going to do?
You mean this wasn't planned?
It was planned, but it was like just the dog. Did she want to go first? And we just said, because there was some discussion of me going first and her staying last, her going first. She wasn't sure which one she wanted to do. So we decided that the dog, we wanted the dog with us. So she held the backside of the dog down, and they put the, I call them Mexican blankets. They're like these blankets around, and then I was able to hold the knot in her snout and her nose closed, and she went peacefully. Picked her up, put her in her bed, and then Meg was like, I want to go next, I want to be done, and then went.
So you just suffocated the dog?
Yep.
So if there was any type of marks or anything like that on the dog, you wouldn't know anything about it?
Okay. What kind of marks go on the dog? I just suffocated the dog.
You didn't stab the dog?
I didn't stab the dog.
Was there stab wound on the dog?
That's interesting because I didn't stab the dog.
Okay. Well, there was a stab wound on the dog.
Okay.
The dog was collected as well, so. It's neither here nor there, I'm just telling you. Okay. All right, so you killed the dog. And then you say you like put him in its bed or something like that. Where did you place him at?
The bed, we wrapped it in the blanket, whatnot, and put it underneath the bedside table in her bed.
Her, okay. What was her name?
Breezy.
Breezy. Okay. Did you meet, I'm sorry, where did you kill the dog at?
It was on the foot of the bed on Megan's side.
In the master room?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was, the final resting spot was in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the dog's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Now what happens?
Meg wanted to go.
Okay.
So we have decided, and I said, what do you want me to get? The wine? What do you want to help calm this down? So it won't hurt as much. We had some spray stuff, and so she could use that instead. So she wanted some wine and some, it's purple, Tylenol PM. And she started taking that a little bit. Gave her the knife, and I laid next to her, and she put the knife into her stomach. Okay. And I said, did you get the spot? It's right here. She said, yeah, I feel it. Okay. I'm laying there for 45 minutes. It's supposed to take about 10 minutes, whatever Meg says. If you hit the spot.
And what is in that spot? What are you talking about?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
On the umbilicus. You're supposed to be able to bleed out. They say in 1 to 4 minutes, but under 10 minutes.
And what are you specifically targeting within that area?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
It's the big blood return. Okay. It's a large vessel, and you bleed out in your abdomen. It's just quick.
All right.
Okay.
How much did she consume wine or I'm assuming is it grape flavored? You keep saying purple.
Yeah, the first one was grape flavored.
What do you mean first one?
She had a glass of wine with the stuff. Okay. We were laying there for about 45 minutes. After she stabbed herself, she says, I feel nothing happening. Nothing happening. I said, okay, this isn't good. What do you want to do? She said, do we have any Benadryl? I said, we have liquid Benadryl. She goes, let me have that. Let me try some of that. Maybe that will put me to sleep or let me go sooner. So she was drinking liquid Benadryl. And I was checking back on her, give her some peace. Walked around, came back, walked around, came back. And at one point I thought she had passed from doing the Benadryl. Nope, she was still there, and she had sat up.
What makes you think she passed?
She was very quiet. There was no motion. I couldn't see her abdomen going up and down. This is from afar without even me going up to see her. Okay.
Was her eyes open?
Eyes were closed.
Was she communicating with you?
At that, when I came up, I was like, Meg? She said, I'm here. I said, okay. So I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to try more Benadryl? Do you want the knife back again? What do you want to do? And she goes, let me try some more Benadryl. And then if that, we'll do a second stab. Okay. Gave her a bunch more Benadryl. Like I said, let that settle in for a while. Settle in.
When you say a bunch more, do you got an approximate amount?
I really don't. I know she was... she was
like bottles?
Yes. It was I don't know, there was a big bottle.
Okay.
Like a family-sized Benadryl thing.
She killed the whole bottle?
In 2 different sippings, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that wasn't happening, so she decided to go through her liver. Okay. We looked at, I pulled up the thing, and the hepatic liver, we laid it out on where it was on her skin, according to landmarks. And it said it's right in this area. So, okay. And she, with 2 hands, pushed in. And you heard like a little click, as if it went through something. Okay, so I was like, okay, sounds like it went through the liver, that's good, okay. She pulled it out, she put the knife right next to her, and I just laid with her. And I laid there and held her, and we just waited. It seemed like hours went by and nothing else happening. I got up, I wanted to check on our boys and our little one, make sure everything was going okay in the house, everything was okay. Came back and she's sitting up at the edge of the bed. And she's sitting in the room, and I'm like,
what was she cleaning it with?
It was one of my t-shirts. She had, I think she had a towel at one point.
Okay.
But she was definitely, I can't, but she was up, she was washing it, rinsing it at one point. And she's like, this has got to be done, this is taking too long, this is ridiculous. I'm like, shall we go on, look at different other aspects to do this? How do you want to do this? She goes, I want this ended now. I said, okay, what does that mean? She goes, I want you to take the pillowcase, put a pillow, and put it over my head. I said, I don't know if I can do that. And she looked at me, she goes, if you love me, you can do this. I want to be with my babies. I said, you know, and she just looked at me and she goes, you're strong enough and you can do it. Okay. So I said, why don't you take some more Benadryl, so at least you're not going to fight me, and I'll do it. So she took some more Benadryl. She took some more Benadryl, and maybe about 15 minutes later, I came back in the room. I said, "You still want to do this?" And she talked to me like that, very far out. Yeah, get it done.
How much Benadryl would you guys have?
I don't know.
Did you have to go get any more during this time?
So in that time, no.
What other times did you have to?
After that was done, for me to commit suicide.
So you had already prepared, I mean, you had enough to take care of the children and yourself? Or Megan?
Megan and myself, for what we thought.
How many bottles do you approximately think you had?
We had 2 boxes of Sleepies, I know that, which is straight dimethyl, which is these little pills. We had 2 things of Tylenol PM, I remember that, which is a great purple one. And I think we had 2 bottles of Benadryl, the big bottles.
Family size?
Yes.
But getting through Megan, did she take it all?
She ended up taking a lot more than what we had thought we'd take it. So
her numbers should be a lot higher results-wise, you know what I mean, like as far as toxicology and stuff.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. Once she was cleaned up, you talked about wiping of the towel or something like that, did you see a substantial amount of blood or anything outside of the body?
She kept the shirt on, I didn't look underneath.
Okay. Did you see anything on the bed?
Blue blood on the sheets, but then she wanted a different sheet, I remember that, so she put a different sheet down.
So the old one should still be back at the house?
It should be.
Okay. So she tells you that it's not working, she wants you to suffocate her.
Correct.
Pillow. That was the gray pillow I think you kept talking about?
It was a little gray rectangular pillow, yes.
How big?
It's like one of the 10 pillows.
Like
Yes, that,
12 by...
it's about the size of half of your case there. Not your case there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so a small gray pillow should have something.
Hold on. And I want to make sure I'm telling you everything perfect. When she changed the sheet, she put a bunch of sheets on a bunch of stuff that was wet on the bathroom floor, and later on I cleaned up and threw that away. So the original sheet is there. I threw it away.
Threw it away or washed it?
I threw it away.
Okay. So any of the sheets that were like found in like the washer or dryer or anything like that, are they related, involved?
I didn't do any wash, I don't think.
You haven't done any laundry since Christmas?
No.
Okay. All right.
I don't believe I did.
Okay.
And threw that sheet away because that was full of blood. That sheet was full of blood.
Okay. All right. So, go on. Proceed. Sorry.
It's okay. So then it came to me, and Megan asked that I wait a day or 2 to make sure everything, everybody passed, make sure the house was all set and that kind of stuff, and it's on. So that's what I did. I started the Benadryl. I tried hanging myself.
The Benadryl you had to go buy more of?
Correct.
And that was where?
I went to CVS 24 Hours, I went to Publix, and I went to Walgreens.
There's one across by the Starbucks.
That's CVS.
CVS, so you went there.
Mm-hmm.
The Publix is right there off of Blake, which is right there in front of Celebration, and the other one is where?
So Walgreens right next to Five Guys in the little restaurant thing there.
Oh, the new area.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this was the day after or so, or when did you start purchasing more Benadryl?
Not the day after, so yeah.
Did you purchase anything else besides Benadryl?
Alcohol.
What kind?
Rum. And some more Coppola. It's our wine.
What's the wine? Like red wine or something?
It's Merlot, yeah.
Okay.
And I also thought that it might be easier, see, I'm not much about guns in the house, but I was reading on Quora that you could kill yourself with a pellet gun.
Pellet gun?
So I was reading. It hurt.
Where did you shoot yourself?
In the liver and the heart. I had 2 wounds.
The liver and the heart.
Mm-hmm. The liver the first time. It bled quite a bit. Didn't do anything, but I woke up later on. And
we'll have to check that out, but we'll photograph it later. Is the mark still there?
I haven't looked at it. I'm sure
We'll check it out.
It's been forever.
Okay.
That was the last one. I tried the razor blade to the radial artery, which I told you I hit, but I didn't do it well in the tub, so it dried up. Zip tie around the neck. The only thing that did was irritate my glottis. I couldn't get down the carotid artery because my neck is too big. So I tried to substitute that in with the towels with pressure points to go in the carotid arteries. I tried to set up hanging over the edge of the beds. Was trying to figure out how to go through and fall on the knife in the right direction to get it upward, up into my, throw my knife forward to get my what should we call it? Diaphragm. Was also researching, but couldn't quite get to the femoral artery because of the way how deep the femoral artery was.
Mm-hmm. Where were you doing your research at?
The internet.
Well, I mean, what device?
Meg's phone and my phone.
Meg's phone. Okay, and which phone? Because I know you said you had 2.
Hers is 6465, and that is, I think she had a pink case to it.
Okay. Which phone was lost?
My 6536 one, a Samsung. And that one was lost before Christmas.
And where was that one lost at?
It was lost in Florida. I don't know where I lost it from the airport down.
Okay. That was the Samsung? I think you said
the Galaxy
Note or something?
Galaxy Note 10.
Okay. Which phone was left in like a Starbucks or something in Sarasota?
That one was that phone that was mine. And I went back and got it.
Which phone?
I don't know the number.
You don't know if it was an iPhone or a Droid?
It was an iPhone.
It was your iPhone that you have now? It was still the same phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went back and got it. And I can't remember, was that when the family was still alive that you went down there to Sarasota?
No.
They were already dead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you drove the van, the red van down there?
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever a white van or something involved? Was there a moving van, or did it appear you guys were moving at some point? Like moving out of that residence? That was just kind of what people were saying. I don't know if there's any truth behind it.
No.
Okay. Prior to the deaths, I mean, were you guys planning on moving out of that home?
Prior to the deaths. We had planned to... I don't know.
Okay, so like, did you ever get a rental truck or anything like that? Or,
Yeah, they did.
But when you guys moved in when? May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So somebody had said they saw like a moving truck or something out nearby on the residence near the house recently.
Wasn't us.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
No, wasn't us.
So people would call in and see people would say, oh yeah, it looked like they were moving out or something like that. So okay. So you guys never had a moving truck. All right. On to the next thing. Sorry. So you drove down to Sarasota, left your iPhone at a Starbucks. Did they call you, or how did that go about? Did you call it, or what? How'd you get your phone back?
I was leaving. and turned around, I realized, I started going, and turned around, went back.
Okay. What were you telling family during this time frame, like around the deaths and after the deaths?
That were either vacationing at the beach, or I was looking at PT practices to purchase.
Who were you communicating with?
Sisters and mom.
Your sisters? Which sisters?
Kelly? I wasn't communicating with Christy anymore.
Is that Chrissy or Christy?
Chrissy.
Chrissy? Yep. Do you want to talk with her anymore? When's the last time you talked with Chrissy?
A few weeks back. I don't know the date. I really don't. I'm sorry.
What did you guys talk about?
I was pissed off that she wouldn't stay in my business.
Okay. How about your last conversation with your mom?
That we were going to eventually be coming up and talk about moving up north, that kind of stuff, just to spice her and calm her down.
Okay. You talked to your dad lately?
No, I don't think so.
No. When's the last time you talked with him?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you guys have a good relationship, or?
We have a decent relationship.
How about you and your mom?
Her and I are very close, and that's why I had to really be evasive with her.
Could she tell that maybe you're being evasive?
She could. That's why I had to reinforce the fact that let's try not to be.
Okay. Your sisters?
My sisters they love me, and they have a sixth sense.
They do love you. I spoke with them.
I know.
I spoke with your family. All right. So Meg's dead. You come back from Sarasota. We were trying to establish a better timeline before approximately when she was taken, when Meg died. And you're adamant that all this all took place before Christmas?
Yes.
All right. Positive, 100%.
Yeah, before Christmas.
Okay. So, have you communicated with anybody after that? Has anybody texted you? Have you been using any of the other devices, anything like that?
Using the devices to text people, yes.
And why'd you do that?
Keep people away so I could finish myself.
Gotcha.
I was in a panic mode that I still need to get to them.
Yeah.
I still have to get to them.
Yeah.
And people are getting closer and closer. And
I know people said that they were communicating with what they thought were your family members.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately it wasn't.
No, it was me.
It was you.
Yep.
The zip ties and the knives and the research and everything, how come it didn't work?
Zip ties didn't work because I couldn't get enough compression on it. The knife, because in all honesty, I chickened out and cowered it out with a knife.
Okay.
I've taken so much Benadryl, then I took this, taken the alcohol with the Benadryl, and every time I seemed to live a little bit closer. There was one day, somehow I woke up in the garage, in my urine and whatnot, and then I had thought I died back then, and didn't, so.
Okay, and how quick after did you move? You said you wanted the family to be together,
Mm-hmm.
right? So take me through how does this take place? Because when they were all killed, they were all in different positions inside the home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens?
The first day I just laid in bed with Meg the first day after she died. Just laid in bed. Just with her. I want to say it's the second day after she died. I said, okay, time to get things moving, time to get everything going. and went in, made sure she was covered and everything was taken care of. She was on I remember her left leg had fallen off the bed, which was kind of weird. So I was able to move her left leg up and tuck her leg underneath, to get her nice and comfortable. Moved Zoe in, put Zoe in. Before all this was done, we had the kids bring in all those little altar things.
They were like favorite items or something
Yes.
like that? Okay.
So I had to fix those because I knocked those over after I put Zoe up.
Okay.
So I fixed all that. And then it was which one do I do first? So I bring Tyler over, or do I bring Alec up? And I thought just because of my strength, and I wasn't too strong at the time right there, that I should get Tyler upstairs.
Tyler he was the one that was downstairs.
He was the one downstairs.
He's 11.
He's 11, yes.
Okay.
So I was able to get him up on my shoulders and carry him up a little bit by little bit.
Okay. Then to back up a little bit, I want to speak about Zoe.
Yes.
So Zoe was in her bed.
Correct.
Had you checked, because rigor mortis was brought in, but you talked about it.
Yeah.
Did you check on her periodically to see when she'd come out?
I hadn't checked on her periodically. I just knew she was in rigor. Just because I went to position her. So in my mind, she had to stay warm.
Okay.
And her arms were outside, so I went to put her arms down to make her nice and comfortable. And I couldn't move her arms, and I was like, okay, she's still in rigor. So I brought the blanket above her just so that she'd be warm until I was able to reposition her.
And when you say reposition her, when you're doing all this, is this still while she's in her bed, or did you already moved her to your bed?
But she was still in her bed.
Still in her bed?
Yes.
Okay. So when she's movable,
yes,
and under the blankets and everything, at that point is when you moved her to be in bed with Megan?
Correct. I upped the fitted sheet. I scrunched it together and carried her in my arms, laid her flat, made sure her head was comfortable on the pillow, and let her sit there. Then I could pick up everything I knocked over.
Okay. And her head, because I understand that she was at the foot of the bed.
That's correct.
Right? So she's laying like this, left to right, and Megan's laying like this. Is her head towards Megan's side of the bed or your side of the bed?
The head is towards my side of the bed.
Okay.
Her feet are towards...
And you slept, if you're looking at the bed on the left side of the bed, Megan slept on the right side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. So her head's on your side, left side of the bed, positioned feet towards Megan.
Correct.
All right. Wrapped up in a blanket.
Correct.
All right. Okay. So Tyler's next. Tyler is downstairs.
Correct.
You said that you were able to get him eventually upstairs to the room. So how do you do him? What happens?
I moved his mattress from his bedroom because he wasn't on his mattress.
Okay.
Moved his mattress from his bedroom and put it on the floor.
His bedroom upstairs?
Correct.
Okay.
Then picked him up and just carry him up at a time.
His items or trinkets or whatever you call them were already in your bedroom? And what specifically did he want to bring with him?
He wanted the scarf, the soccer scarf.
Soccer scarf?
Yep.
And what team was that from?
That was from the Team USA versus Canada game that we went to a couple weeks prior.
Okay. Team USA. Okay. Did you position that on his body?
No, I positioned it on the toy box itself.
On the toy box. All right. You said something about your daughter's hands. What did you put in her hands?
A set of rosaries, I think.
Set of rosaries? How about Tyler?
It was some kind of religious aspect, whether it be rosaries or some kind of something along that lines.
Now, did you guys already have these items?
Those are mine from collections growing up.
Growing up. All right. Did you grow up in a church?
I was a forced Catholic, yes.
Forced Catholic, yes. Okay. Understood. Okay. So Tyler gets a set of rosaries. How is he positioned?
He is on his, when I put him on, he is on his, like, towards his stomach, with his head towards the side. I just can't remember which. His head was facing, I think, back to the back of the wall, back of the building, I'm not sure.
Back. Okay. Is he on his face? Is he on his side? How is his face?
He's on his side. Half of his face, it's like, it's more so like right here.
Okay. All right. And then that leaves
Alec.
So take me through that.
That one was tough because I had to get the mattress out from underneath him because I couldn't drag him on the mattress. So I took the blanket, this comforter blanket, put it on the ground, and we moved him to the ground. Then moved the mattress into the room.
How did you move him to the ground? What do you mean?
Picked him up and put him on top of the comforter that was on his bed. I put the comforter on the ground so he wouldn't be laying on the rug. Put that on the ground. Put him on the ground. Brought the mattress into the room. Made sure the mattress was set, and then put him on the...
Did you have to like drag him by the comforter, or did you pick him up, or how does this work?
I moved the sheet and I put the comforter on the bed, then I took the sheet, picked the sheet up with him, and put it onto the blanket, the comforter. Moved the bare mattress into the room. Then I was able to pick him up and take him. I was adamant I did not want to drag him. He was my son. I did not want to drag him. So I picked him up the best I could. And little steps at a time I got him through.
So you carried him? You carried all the children?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just something that you wanted to do as a parent?
Versus dragging them?
Right.
Yeah, I the ultimate respect to them, I understand we have different opinions about it, but the ultimate...
I can see it. You don't want to drag them like a piece of...
No, they're not just me, it's my son.
Absolutely. Okay. So you get him positioned, you get Alec positioned on the mattress. Which way is he positioned?
He's on his side. Okay. Looking up to our bed.
Looking up?
I think he's looking up towards us. He's on one side or the other. I'm pretty sure he's facing up towards the bed.
Okay. Okay. Because I know one of the boys was almost face down when he was found, and one was on his side, like you just described Tyler was. So I was wondering maybe if Alec...
If any of them were closer face down, that would have been Tyler.
And Tyler was closer to the bed next to your wife?
No, Tyler was the last one.
Okay. So Tyler was the one closest, or the farthest away from the bed?
Correct.
All right. So Meg, Zoe...
That's right.
Alec?
Yeah.
Tyler?
Correct.
Okay. You good?
I had to burn it.
You need a...
Yeah, can I have a tissue?
Yeah. Give you a moment.
I'm okay.
You good on your drink? Need water or anything?
I just water.
Take a sip.
Like I said, I have nothing to hide. I'm telling you, I feel this.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that maybe during this time frame that you don't recall, but it was noticed during yesterday's events that the dog was stabbed.
I didn't do that, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
No.
I just let you know.
Okay. So the children are been positioned. Okay. You guys are coming back together as a family. And I'll use your words. I mean, you've chickened out at this point.
The knife.
You know, with the knife and that type of stuff. The pellet gun, during the course of this, was attempted. How come you didn't graduate to a real gun?
Because in doing so, I had to... Sorry. There was a whole 3-day wait list.
Well, we were before... I mean, just some days have passed. I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea looking back on it.
It's one of those, it'll happen this way, it'll do it this way. Sometimes when I took the Benadryl, I seriously went to sleep for like 2 days. It seemed like 2 days later, you know. And
Where would you sleep at?
either next to Megan in the attempt or somewhere in that room. Sometimes right on the edge, on the floor down there, between the bed and the window. And every time I said, well, let's try it, and it's like, well, now I gotta depend on that for 3 days. We can get done quicker, and then...
The tower was on during this time frame?
Yes.
Where'd you guys keep the temperature? Do you remember?
I don't, but I want to say, because I was in charge of it, because I was over there, 68.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Up in the room, I think there was like some, I don't know if they were humidifiers, I don't know if they were moisture, what were those?
Those are air purifiers.
Air purifiers. Were those there prior to?
The white one by the window was there, since we kept the air purifier going, because we both have heavy allergies. The black one I brought in from the boys' room, just to keep going. Then we use candles and that kind of stuff, and I did sage smudges and that kind of stuff.
For what?
Sage smudges allowed for spirits to pass on and that kind of stuff, so I wanted to make sure no one kept still.
Candles were for the same reason?
Yep.
So, it's been some time. We weren't found, or we didn't get there till, what, Monday, which would have been the, 12th maybe? 13th? What were you doing during this time frame? We're talking over 2 weeks.
Trying to kill myself.
Were you leaving the home? Were you going over to the other place in Georgetown or whatever it is?
I went over to the other place once because my daughter really, really, really wanted her Mickey Mouse necklace. So I went up into the condo to see if I could get the Mickey Mouse necklace to find it in the jewelry box, and I couldn't find it.
So she didn't get it. Now, was that the only time you left?
No, I would leave every time I would be up because I need to go get either more alcohol, more Benadryl, and just food as we're trying to get through this.
Publix or fast food or?
Fast food, unfortunately, but I thought it's worth it. Went to McDonald's once or twice.
Okay. Were you checking the mail?
I checked the mail also.
Okay.
To make sure everything was, bringing in stuff so that nothing would lead to suspicion out in front.
Okay. Deliveries,
Pulled them in because I didn't want anything to be seen during my being unsuccessful time after time after time.
Yeah. So there was like a pile of boxes and stuff like near the door? Were those like presents or what in the world was all that?
Pile of boxes near the door.
Yeah. So the people at the scene were telling me that there was like, it appeared like almost like Christmas presents. Did the kids get to open Christmas presents?
No, they weren't alive for Christmas.
They were not alive for Christmas. Okay.
By the printer.
I think there was like packages or something like they were talking about. Okay. So during this past weekend, the power was shut off, is that right?
Sometime this weekend, yes. I'm not quite sure when.
Okay.
Recollections were, I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Did you often sit out on the front porch?
Often sit out on the front porch? No.
Because the day that the agents and everybody were there, you were seen out on the front porch.
No, I don't know why. I don't remember that morning really, like how things matriculated. I just remember I pounded the door, and just hours before I'd already fallen down those stairs once before. So
why is that?
My legs gave out, probably because I was so OD'd on Benadryl or dehydrated, and I was peeing brown. So I was probably just so dehydrated and so whatever.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how I got, like I said, I remember hearing the door knock. So it was this fast knock. I was like, okay, so I came downstairs. After something was telling me somebody was coming, and I did not know what the whole deal was. The night before, I remember feeling like the house was being surveillanced. You know, seeing all these red and green dots and things. I don't know if it was, I don't know what the cause of it was. But I came downstairs and I opened the door, and no one was there after the knocking, because it took me a while to get down there.
That was the night before?
No, that was that morning.
Oh, that morning?
Yeah. And after that, I don't have much of a recollection of, except a bunch of guys coming in, and I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know why I was sitting on the front porch.
Yeah, I guess you were sitting out on the front porch, and then they went and made contact with you inside or something.
And then I also remember seeing Megan out there talking to you guys, which wasn't true.
No.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you what, you know, it's like, so I don't, that's why I mean, I don't quite.
But now that it's been a couple of days, you probably have a better recollection of what transpired that morning.
I don't have too much of a recollection that morning, honestly.
Well, I mean, looking back, I mean, I can tell you now she's deceased.
No, I know.
So we know she wasn't talking.
Correct, yeah.
So do you remember when they come in the house, do you remember what you told them?
No.
Okay. All right.
I know.
All right. One thing that just popped in my head, I'm sorry, what all was purchased at Academy Sports?
The 2 knives.
Were they the only things you purchased that day, or what?
They're intermittent days.
You didn't purchase them together?
No.
The green one, when did you purchase it?
That one was purchased right after Thanksgiving.
After? How about the other one?
The other one, sometime afterwards, before Christmas, because Megan and I were going over what needed to be done, stabbed and where, and she made a comment to the fact that the green one wouldn't even go through me.
So you went and got a bigger one?
I had to get a bigger one for myself.
Okay. So there was like a whole bunch of items that appeared like they came from Academy Sports, like with a bunch of the SKUs still, like tags and stuff like that. There was like a bag of stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like some clothing articles and that type of stuff?
Typically clothing. I remember I picked up 2 fishing lures, I think it was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for some time. We're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break. Please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jurors, please.
Feel free to step down. We're in a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the recess for 5 minutes.
I knew you were talented. you use the camera?
I'm sorry?
You want me to do the camera shoot? Always trying to be a helpful person.
Absolutely.
Almost. 44 minutes.
Up to order. Circuit court's back in session.
May be seated. Thank you. Deputies, can we check on the jurors, and if they're ready, let's resume.
Yes, sir. Come in, John.
you, Breeman. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Be seated, thank you. It appears we took a break on page 75 of the transcript, is that correct? You may continue.
The boys wanted to go do some fishing of some sort. So we figured, if we had time beforehand, we could go check out the 2 lures. And then I picked up the 2 pellet guns on 2 different occasions.
2 guns on 2 different occasions?
2. One at one occasion, one at the other occasion.
Okay. How many times did you frequent Academy?
No. Sorry. I might have gone there 4 times or 5 times.
Did you go alone?
The clothes, I know what you're talking about. There's clothes in the back of the van. We had picked up a bunch of clothes for Alec.
Okay.
Okay? Because of upcoming events and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we weren't quite sure when everything was going to occur, so we had a bunch of clothes purchased for him.
All right. And did you guys know it was a family when you guys purchased that?
No, it was just Megan and I. The kids were home with Zoe.
And during any of the trips when you were buying fishing lures or anything like that, were you guys with the kids?
No.
Okay. Pellet guns, when were they purchased?
After the kids and Meg were dead. Let's see, right before Christmas or right after Christmas or around the time.
Do you guys use any debit cards, credit cards, cash?
Cash.
Cash? Mm-hmm. When's the last time you used a debit card? Or a credit card?
I don't know, because I haven't needed to. We purchased those clothes on credit card, remember that, the Bank of America card, but after that, we had cash around, so we just decided to use cash.
All right, so prior to their deaths, you guys were already using cash? Mm-hmm. All right. You said you used a Bank of America card for the clothing?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the guns at?
One was underneath the bed because I shot myself. I was laying next to a circuit underneath the bed. The other one, I found out was not that good of a whatever, so I put it in a reusable shopping bag that's in the garage on the top shelf.
Is that one of those bags that you bring to Publix or wherever?
Freezer bags, yep.
Okay. Oh, a freezer bag.
No, those reusable cooler bags.
A reusable cooler bag on top shelf in the garage.
Yes.
Now, there's like a detached, are you talking about that, the garage out there?
Yes.
Okay, so the detached garage, top shelf?
Top shelf, it's on the, yeah.
Okay. Was there any other weapons or anything like that in the home that was used during any of these deaths or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
So the 2 knives, because we got those, and the 2 guns. All right. Did you guys leave any notes or journals or anything like that?
We left a note trying to explain what we did.
You guys sign that?
No, we just typed it up and printed it.
It was already printed? Was it printed when Megan was still alive?
No, I printed it after Megan was live. We wrote it up together, and I just didn't print it beforehand.
Did you print that off of which computer? Was it on a tower?
It was a phone.
Your phone was connected to a printer?
Yeah, you can air print.
Oh, okay. So that there would probably be record or something on your phone of that?
If I saved it. I don't remember if I saved it or not.
What kind of zip ties did you try to use?
They're about that wide, and they're long. Pretty industrial.
Where'd you get those at?
Celebration Hardware.
Is that like an Ace Hardware or something like that? Celebration Hardware? Yeah. Where did you buy those?
I bought those not for that purpose. I bought those for the sofa because we had trouble with the sofa keeping together. So I bought that for that.
How long ago?
Beginning of October. And then afterwards I just looked at it and was like, I could use this for myself. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you physically put one around yourself? How'd you get it off?
Well, into the bathroom, and I have what my wife calls the industrial strength toenail clippers. And I was able to cut it with that.
Okay. Where's that zip tie at?
They were all, I tried it multiple times. The pieces of them, I kept it in a box on top of my dresser.
What kind of box?
It's just a brown box that had soap in it.
Okay.
And I just piled them there. I was trying to keep the place neat.
All right. So the used zip ties that were around your neck are on a brown box.
In a brown box.
In a brown box. On top of your
black dresser.
Black dresser inside of your master bedroom? Okay. All right. Anything else that was used? Any type of straps or ropes or anything like that?
A strap that I was going to use. It's a...
Gunny used or used?
I tried using it.
Okay.
For setup purposes. I hadn't gone that way yet. I was going to give the Benadryl and whatnot another try. Those tensioner straps.
We talked about it the other day, ratchet straps.
We did talk about it.
Yeah, we talked. You mentioned it the other day. I just didn't know. Just trying to run through things.
It's okay. I was either going to put it on the hinge of the door, put my feet against the door and lean forward, or do the same thing up in the bed. Able to hitch it.
Did you wrap that around your neck? Like test it? What color was the straps?
Red.
Red straps. Where are they at?
The tensioner, that thing.
Yeah, the ratchet strap.
Yeah, there's one.
Okay, where's it at?
It's on my side of the bed, hanging on the headboard.
Okay, so it's hanging from the headboard. Okay. We talked about a bunch of like homeopathic type of stuff, like some alternative medicines or whatever that you may have tried to use or that you believed in or whatnot. One interesting thing that was brought up to me was there's arsenic.
I know.
Tell me about that.
Oh, there is arsenic?
Yeah. Where? In your home.
If I would have known that, I would have used that.
So you didn't use that?
No.
Okay.
Where was arsenic?
It was collected. There's a lot of like old school medicine. I didn't know if maybe, because you had talked about the other day, your wife was maybe into like a little bit of alternative medicine.
Yeah, she's in alternative medicine.
So there was like thistleweed or thistleweed or something like that.
Thistleweed, yeah.
What is it called? Something milk
thistle. That's for the liver.
Milk thistle. That's for the liver.
Liver detox.
So did you know that there was arsenic in your home?
No.
No. So that should not be in any of the bodies?
No.
Okay. That you know of?
That I know of.
Yeah, because I think that would have probably killed you.
But I was trying to see if I can mail order arsenic.
Really?
They have this pill out of Mexico, too. That gets caught up in customs 10 to 20% of the time, so I was even trying to do that.
Was it like a suicide pill or something?
Yeah.
Damn. You also researched that on your phone or tablet or something, or?
It was a phone, I do believe, at that time.
And that was that after the deaths? After that?
I'm grabbing at anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like you're desperate at that point. All right. What are you most upset about?
That I'm here. That I'm not with my family.
Let me see the list here of this. So, I've been in constant contact with the family, with your family, your living family. And there's some things here that I'm going to try to answer for them, okay? Because you've upset a lot of people, okay? And I'm not going to get into your beliefs and everything like that. You and I both agree that we don't have the same beliefs, all right? I'm not discrediting you, I'm not saying that you're a bad person or anything like that, but there's just some things that I don't believe, all right? Did you guys, since you guys seem very planned, this is very methodical, other than the fact about you taking your own life, which I'm still kind of questioning, because you guys, if you had such a method and you've done your research over this time, I don't understand how you get to the killing of the children, and then you and her have to take some time to see, like, okay, what's going to happen here? Am I going to go first? Are you going to go first? It just seems like to me that you guys would have a set regiment, like, okay, before sunup, the children have to be gone. The next day, we're going to console each other, do this. Then you go first, then I go, and here's how I'm going to go. Now, you've already said that you chickened out, but it seems like to me that you would have already had a plan. Like, you would have said, okay, well, here, I'm going to use this knife, or I'm going to use this gun, or something. It seems like that just doesn't make sense to me. Okay?
I understand that.
And I'm not getting upset or anything. I'm
just telling you as it is.
And I appreciate that. Did you guys have any wills in place?
We had a will in place some time ago.
Okay.
I don't know if it's up to date. It was made like 6 years ago.
Okay. And are you supposed to have your parents go over things, or who's kind of left in charge to take care of what you guys have, or as a family? Who's supposed to step in?
No, yeah.
So in the will, it doesn't say. You obviously probably weren't planning this back 6 years ago. This is something from 2019.
We left a note on the death table. Hopefully, when you guys have found us, saying when you find us, this is person contact on Cindy, Cindy Copco, and this is where the car is. This is where the life insurance policies are. This is where the will is, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so that note should explain everything from this newest development in your life, as far as the plan to kill each other and then move on.
Yeah, that doesn't explain anything. It just tells them where everything is.
Okay. To contact Aunt Cindy.
Well, yeah.
That's Megan's aunt, Cynthia.
Megan's aunt, yep.
And what's her last name again? Copco or something?
Her maiden name is Copco.
Yeah, okay. All right. So some of this stuff is for the family. Okay, both sides. Why was Tyler saying he wasn't returning to school this semester?
He might not have been returning to school, his school that semester, because he might have been going to Montessori school.
Montessori school?
Yeah, he might have been going to a different school.
Okay. Why was Megan telling people you guys were coming up for Christmas? And I don't know if that's in person or if that was via text. If that was you telling people via text, then let me know. Or
no, we had never said we were coming up for Christmas.
Meg never told anybody?
Not to my knowledge. For Christmas, or everything was just stay down here.
All right. How did and this is more or less for me too. This is something that they bring up, but were the children really that receptive to it? Were they that understanding of this pact from the beginning?
They can only understand to a certain point because they were children.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm saying 13 and 11. I have some.
They can only understand to a certain point with their children. Okay. We explained to them and wanted to get their feelings about the aspect of, if mommy and daddy die, if mommy and daddy take their own lives, and get their feedback. And their constant response with a different excuse of the question was they want to be with us. Okay?
And what do you think led Megan into researching this? What was her...
Oh God, the ridiculous amount of pain and the ridiculous amount of she couldn't live. She had just a recent miscarriage.
Okay, tell me about that.
We had one miscarriage before when she got sick.
When was that?
Let's see, I was 11, so it would be about 8 years ago.
Okay, so she had a miscarriage. Where were you guys at 8 years ago?
We were living in Connecticut. We just vacationed down here.
You guys bought that Georgetown a while ago, didn't you?
2005, yeah. We bought it, and then we were expecting Alec Todt.
Pretty good.
So we decided to go up to family to have the baby. And that increased family tension beyond belief.
Okay.
So
she miscarried about 8 years ago in Connecticut. All right. Did she go to get any treatment or doctors or anything like that?
she does. When she got sick with that major liver thing, which is very long same thing, she started seeing doctors. We went to doctors up and down, thousands and thousands and thousands.
Where at?
Brigham Women's Children's Hospital. We went to Yale. We went to Hartford Hospital. We went to Backus Hospital. We went to...
Was there any primary that she would see back home in Connecticut?
Yes. Dr. He's in Canada now. Dr. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. Okay. But the other primary doctor was Dr. Kendra. Kendra.
Where at?
Waterford Crossroads. What is her last name? I can't remember her last name. Wait a second. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. What city? Where was she at?
Waterford.
Waterford? Connecticut. Yep. Okay. So she had been to the doctor up there?
Yep. Multiple. Yep.
Had she been to any in Kissimmee or in Central Florida?
Not until we came back down here.
Okay. And who was she seeing down here?
She saw a lot by telecommute. She saw...
She would go to Celebration?
She went to Celebration.
Okay. So they would have to have some type of records of her?
Yeah.
All right. How about the boys? How about Zoe?
Zoe then go to the Franz Center.
Where?
Franz Center.
Where's that at?
In Orlando.
Okay.
That's about all I can tell you.
How about dentist specifically?
Yeah.
Where at?
Celebration Dentist.
Celebration Dentist?
Yeah.
Everybody? Your wife?
My wife, no. My wife would go to Sage.
Sage Dental?
Sage Dental, yes.
Is that in Orlando?
That's right down in the Loop.
Oh, in the Loop?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And I think my two boys went there also, but I know my two boys went to pediatric dentists.
Perfect.
In addition to Zoe.
Okay. Well, that'll help us, obviously.
No, please.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, that's good news. And the most recent miscarriage you spoke of, what was that?
That was in September.
September?
September, yeah, around September.
What happened?
We took some time to get away in June. Found out we were happy, you know. Went to Nashville, went to all that kind of stuff because the kids got back, everything progressing. Boy, I started getting sick. There had been a couple times where I would fly in and literally take the next flight out to come back here because she was in such pain. Things progressing. We went for an ultrasound, and it was that whole, oh, maybe this, maybe that, you know.
Where did you go to the ultrasound at?
The Celebration ultrasound.
Like Celebration ultrasound or Celebration?
In the hospital.
Hospital. Yeah. Did you guys go to like the ER or was it just a regular or scheduled?
It was a scheduled ultrasound because we started with the nurse midwives because we weren't sure we were going to do a home birth or not.
Okay.
And because Meg was over 40, they wanted to get us into an ultrasound just to make sure, confirm and everything. And couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything.
How far along?
We want to say it was about 8 weeks, 6, 7, 8 weeks in that aspect.
6 to 8 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
We weren't sure, so they rescheduled another ultrasound to go back 2 weeks later. And then I flew back to Connecticut, and that was one of the ones where she literally called me, got a hold of me when I landed, and said, you need to get back here because I'm having a miscarriage, I'm hemorrhaging.
Okay.
So I flew back, and she had a complete miscarriage, and everything.
Tell me about the miscarriage. Did you go to the hospital?
She went to, her nurse midwife, sorry.
Nurse midwife, where at?
I'm trying to remember. I cannot remember the name of it, I apologize, it's in Orlando.
Okay, but there should be some type of documentation.
It should be, yes.
And was there any type of medical procedures or anything like that at that point?
Nope. They would send her things like go get another repeat ultrasound or go get, not repeat ultrasound, but repeat blood work to make sure her, whatever the hormone goes down.
Okay. So she's hemorrhaging. She goes to the hospital, or what? Tell me about it. What happens?
She lays in bed.
Lays in bed. All right. How long passed by from the time that she was hemorrhaging to when she was seen by the midwife? How long was she in bed?
I don't know, I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Was there an elaborate story that you guys possibly buried something on the property?
We buried the bogus on the thing on the property.
You buried
the piece. Yeah.
Okay. Where at?
Underneath the bush in the back.
Underneath the bush in the back. Okay. Where's the bush?
Right by the propane tank.
Bush by the propane tank is where you buried
this little thing.
You said item under.
Yeah, we burned it.
Burned it?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
We burned it, ashes, and then buried the ashes.
So you buried the ashes?
Yes.
Okay. So this will be your house, Tony. Correct? Right here, that's your pool?
Yes.
Okay. Where's the bush and propane tank?
This is a garage.
Okay.
There's a coal filter, propane tank is here, bush is right there.
Right here? Yep. Okay. Somewhere in that area. Okay. And the propane tank and bush are right there?
Yep, the bush is, the propane tank is behind the bush.
Okay. Okay, well, that answers that. I mean, there was some concern from the family. Did you guys report that up, or did you guys tell the family up north, your family up north about that?
We told some of them.
Yeah, because some of them, some of them didn't necessarily know what to believe. Was Megan actually ever diagnosed? I know we talked a little bit about it the other day about possibly like Lyme's disease or something like that. Was she ever diagnosed anything with the kidney pain and everything?
Everybody kept throwing out all different diagnoses. Nobody knows what's going on.
Okay. So
she had drug-induced hepatitis.
Drug-induced hepatitis.
Yeah.
And who diagnosed her or whatnot with that?
Brigham and Women's, Brigham and Women's and Children's Hospital.
Okay. Where's that at?
Massachusetts.
Mass. Brigham, Williams, and Children's Hospital would have record of some type documenting her that she has.
Correct.
Okay. Now, some of this is kind of getting off topic here, but I typically don't do this, but in this very extenuating circumstances, I felt that I should try to answer some of the questions that are out there. Obviously, it's been brought up that your finances are a mess.
They're a mess,
yeah. Does Megan actually know the complexity of your financial mess?
Mm-hmm. This had nothing to do with the finances, though.
Okay, and that was kind of my...
This has something to do with the fact that because with the transition, the apocalypse coming towards the end of the day, it's coming in the end of December. We needed to make this transition because by the end of December, this is when this was supposed to happen.
The apocalypse and everything by the end of December. Mm-hmm. Okay. How about if she would have kept the baby? Would you guys still have done this?
This was what's supposed to happen.
I'm just saying, between me and you, because it seems like when you speak about the miscarriage and stuff, that seems like it's a trigger, like it's a stressor.
Depression.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you think, and we can speculate, I don't know, I mean, what's done is done. Do you think that if she was going to have, because you said you were joyous, you were happy, do you think that maybe that would have changed something if she were to keep the baby?
With the knowledge that we had, that this needs to be done then, It's still what happens.
Okay, your beliefs are your beliefs.
Beliefs are beliefs, yes.
Okay, all right. So you were set in stone, there was, okay. Did you, was notifying the family prior to this ever part of the plan or anything like that? No? Okay. Keeping it very private, like you said, you were kind of, you guys were a very private family. You guys spoke of, you guys had a will together. Did Megan have one on her own? Did she have her own will?
No.
You guys just had a family? Okay. And this is more or less stuff for the attorneys and stuff, but did you guys have any life insurance policies?
Yeah, it's all in the box.
All in there? Yeah. Okay. Your dad spoke about like Knights of Columbus or something?
Knights of Columbus, yeah.
Knights of Columbus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you know what he's talking about. Yeah. What do you want done with this stuff here in Florida as far as the Georgetown properties and the personal effects inside the home?
Whatever needs to be done.
Okay. I don't get involved in that. I'm here just speaking about the deaths and everything, but I've spoken with the family and I said, listen, that's something that maybe you guys need to work out with some attorneys and stuff, but I just told her I would try to answer some of this.
We don't care. We wanted to leave everything behind.
Okay. All right. Because obviously if there's photographs and stuff like that, these are their nieces and nephews and grandchildren and that type of stuff and loved ones. They would love to have.
They can have anything they want.
Okay. They love you. They don't understand everything that took place. They're angry, they're hurt, but they're going to hold on to the memories and everything that they've had. And they want to remember the brother before all of this. Okay. So they looked up to you and they admired and everything for you. Is there any messages or anything like that you want me to relay to them? Because I will speak with them today.
Just tell them that I love them, but this was done, the decision our family made to do.
Okay.
Maybe not so bluntly, but...
No, that's fine, that's fine. You said ashes earlier. Who's the cremator?
Meg was.
Meg?
Yeah.
Where'd she do it in?
We got a paint can from Celebration Hardware, put the ashes inside of an empty paint can.
So the ashes are actually inside of a paint can buried underneath?
Nope. It was paint. Paint. P-A-I-N-T.
Paint?
Yep. We put them inside there, put a little olive oil, put a little bit of sage and burn. Let it burn, and then when they calm down, we dug this little hole and put it in the ground.
In the can?
Nope.
Just the ashes?
Just the ashes. Didn't want to pollute.
Okay. I understood. I got you. All right. Let me get you a little bit more water. I need to step out and go over some things real quick. You okay for now? As best we're going to be?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me a couple minutes. Maybe just work. Hang tight. Tony, we're back. No, just get more water. Just get a cup or something, whatever you want to do. So, Detective Quinn has a list of kind of the items, the electronics we're going to try and go through. What color phone case did you have on your phone? You got an iPhone, right?
Yeah.
Was it white or black?
Mine was black.
Black iPhone?
Yes.
Okay.
But the cover, I don't know what color the phone actually was, so.
What about the kit? The phone case, black?
Yeah, it's a black. Thank you, sir.
Remember which kind of iPhone model it was?
My personal one was the 10 or the X, whatever it's called.
10 X?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then my son had a similar one, which it looks almost the same. That was Tyler's phone.
Okay.
I think he had a black case too.
Okay.
Sorry, I want to make sure it was recording. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So some kind of updates from yesterday. So I had the unfortunate task of attending autopsies yesterday. Yeah. It's part of my job. However, everyone is not easy to go through, especially children. All right. I have children of my own, so I often think of mine when I see other children like that. And lots of stuff runs through my head. Sorry. However, some of the evidence noted and some of the injuries that were noted are consistent with some of your statements.
Okay.
So there are ways, I don't know how much training and education stuff that you have as far as in the medical field. I know you said you're a physical therapist. Blood flow, we spoke of earlier, right? So you understand that when a person is dead, their heart is not pumping.
Yes.
We're all under the same agreement on that. Which means that if there's an injury to a person, like say a stab wound, they would be able to tell, all right, if there's no blood that is being pumped at the time of that injury.
Okay.
Okay. Which would make that wound post-mortem.
Okay.
After the person has been deceased, after the person has been killed.
Okay.
So, looking back on things, the boys.
Yep.
Are you sure that you stabbed them prior to them being deceased?
Yes. 100% sure, without a doubt.
Okay. So if a doctor, medical examiner, tells you that the wounds, or tells me, are done post-mortem, what would you say to that?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Okay. You're firm on that?
Firm.
Okay. Because everything we've talked about has been pretty damn consistent, you know what I'm saying? But the biggest things were, she had some concern yesterday that it appeared, and she even noted that the boys' injuries, without a doubt, were done after they were dead. Okay.
I can tell you that absolutely 100%, because after it was done, they jerked and the knife went, and I had to find the knife both times afterwards, after I was done suffocating.
Was the knife in them as they were being suffocated?
No.
So, we'll go through this a little bit slower pace before, as far as the death.
Okay.
Okay. Remind me which boy died first.
Alec Todt upstairs.
Alec upstairs. He is 13.
Correct.
Laying in bed. You have the green knife.
Correct.
Do you have to, in almost an attack fashion, or whatever you want to call it, I mean, I'm sure if he's awakened, as my children would be, they would say something, or they would, see me. Did you have to close his mouth at that point to keep him from preventing?
Nope. The way he was positioned, the knife was on top of him, and the stomach was totally exposed. I don't remember if he was wearing a shirt or not, but his stomach was totally exposed, and for some reason he had pillows blocked up on his chest.
Okay.
Where he was sleeping. So I put my hand on top of the pillows with my left hand, my right hand stabbed. Pulled it out, and then he jerked, and the knife went flying underneath the square headboard thing.
Square headboard thing.
The bookcase thing.
Okay.
He started swinging, kicking the wall and that kind of stuff, and that's when I was able to get...
Was your left hand physically on his face?
My left hand at that time was on the pillows that were on his chest.
Okay. So was his face exposed? Could you see him?
If I looked up a little bit, yes.
Okay. So how many times does the knife thrust into him? Once.
Once.
And I can't remember which boy suffered greater injuries. Do you remember? As far as marked wounds, that
Those
was,
had one wound each.
well, one was greater than the other, because one was more exposed than the other.
Oh, okay.
So almost as if it was maybe a slicing fashion or something like that.
Both of them were like this.
How were you holding the knife? Like downward?
Downward, yeah.
Okay. And so you went in like this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You wouldn't go in like this?
No, Alex, it was like this, because they like this side.
You were like this, you had his arm over the pillow, and his stomach's here, his head's here, feet are over here.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm right-handed.
You're right-handed. Your wife was right-handed.
My was, yes.
Okay. And Tyler, what happened there?
I lay next on top of him, and I came with him. I don't remember how I held the knife on that one, to be honest with you. So they were getting in the stomach, I pulled it out, and in the midst of him kicking, the knife went behind the sofa, right between the sofa thing.
So you had to retrieve it in between each kill, right? How were you holding it with?
I don't remember how I was holding Tyler, to be honest with you.
You said he was more of a fighter and that type of
He's
stuff.
stronger, yeah. He's more of a fighter.
So would that be more of a blindsided thing? I mean, were you quiet about it?
I was quiet about it for both of them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's going to be some of the major discrepancies just between that. I mean, you're saying that was first before the killing or before the death, and the doctor's going to say something else. But other than that, you take full
responsibility once it's done.
Okay.
If I commit suicide right now, I would.
Okay. Well, we're not going to let you do that.
I know.
I've made that very clear to everyone that I've spoken with that you do not want to be here. Okay.
I'm sorry, I have a different belief than you, and I don't just...
No disrespect towards you, and I hope there's none towards me.
No, that's what I meant to say.
Okay. You've treated me with the utmost respect the entire time.
Same.
From day one, and I've done the same to you.
Yes. That's why I'm not hiding behind lawyers or anything. This is what happened.
I completely commend that. I mean, it's a very tragic thing that you're right. You spoke of the other day. You walked to a beat of a different drum or something like that. You as the family. Absolutely. I mean, you're going to be judged by society on certain things that you've done and a lot of stuff, and whether you care or not, that's up to you. Even by your own family.
That's fine. They don't need to understand everything we did.
Correct.
Megan and I were on the same page. We knew what we needed to do. We did it.
Okay.
That sounds snarky. I'm sorry.
You're fine, dude. Don't listen. You're one of the most polite guys I've had in here. I can tell you that.
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other day you said that you don't tell everybody, family or friends, your beliefs and all that. Why is that?
Because we get judged.
You get judged how?
We get certain things like, for example, I'm trying not to... Well, remember being recorded right a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Everything we've said has been recorded. I just want you to know that.
Will the family hear this?
What family?
My family.
Yeah.
Does it hear this? Okay. Okay. So new names then. We went out looking at houses, and granted, we have different tastes in houses, different tastes in decorations. This hasn't been. It's always out loud, it must be nice, that kind of stuff, and always kind of belittled that way. So no, why we believe in people, they just don't understand why we go organic, why we go gluten-free, why we do this, why it's always judged. So we just stop telling everybody everything. Okay. I know that's, we're talking food or whatever, but our own beliefs, even the fact that we follow a very non-traditional Catholic religion, we're still judged. We're judged no matter what we do, So we don't tell people anything.
Well, that's your beliefs, and you can stick by them, and I respect that. Were the kids happy?
They were very happy with us.
They were happy?
They lived a very happy life with us.
Yeah.
I do miss them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get, like we said the other day, I can't understand the children, but if that's something that you guys discuss,
Yeah, their whole life ahead of them now.
When did you guys start kind of getting into the beat of the different drummer and all that type of stuff, and was it?
It's been transitional for a while.
Yeah. Was it you or Meg that was primarily,
I was born a follower.
you were born a follower?
I was more of a follower.
Oh, more of a follower. Okay. Good. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, first of all, do you have anything else of me right now? Do you have any questions or any concerns or anything like that right now? Unfortunately, for your sake, we are still on this side, okay? You're not with your family right now. So you are going to be charged with their murders, you understand that? That's fine? Okay. So, I mean, it's a formality that we have to take part in, okay? I know you may see things differently.
No, I understand.
Okay. Okay. I will make some phone calls to your family just to kind of update them and keep them up to date.
Okay.
Without a doubt, the persons that we pulled from your home are your family. Correct?
Correct, yeah.
It's Megan, Zoe, Tyler, and Alec. Okay. The reason why I kind of went over some of the dentistry and that type of stuff is obviously because of the decomposition, we had a little bit of a delay in that. The family does know, they don't know some of the grotesqueness of it behind it. I've kept it kind of private between us. So we're going to work on, obviously, some DNA stuff and everything like that, and we're going to take it from there.
Yeah, it's good.
And I appreciate, like I said, obviously this has been video, audio recorded every which way. Every part of this investigation, you've been highly cooperative. You've never denied anything. The only discrepancies that we've had is post-mortem stab wounds versus what your version of events is, and that will be duly noted in my report, in my investigation. Okay?
I'm not lying to you about it. They were stopped first.
Okay. All right. Okay. So just hang tight for us here.
I need one more thing.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. No.
You've been in the hospital the last couple of days, correct? I don't know how long I've been in the hospital.
Okay, the last couple of days, Wednesday.
Yeah, Monday. Monday, yes. Yes, Wednesday. You're not on any kind of medication. You didn't get any type of... They gave me something. Well, you're not under the influence of anything right now. You didn't take anything while you're in the hospital that would alter your mind or your thought process or... They gave me something.
Not knowing the day of the week, you know where you're at, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You're at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and everything like that. Okay.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to go back and say, I didn't know what the hell I was saying. I'm of sound mind, and that's
sound mind. I'm good. I did it.
Yeah.
It was over with.
Okay. Like I said, what we do is we're gonna collect some DNA. I have a search warrant for your DNA for some comparisons and stuff. So one of the girls is gonna come in, and I'll let you have a moment. Okay. You need more water? Okay. Just let me know if you do. So it's let's see what's on 12:53 hours.
After midnight?
Huh?
After midnight?
No, it's in the afternoon. It's daytime. Sorry, that's that military stuff.
What time do you guys pick?
12:52. We got you this morning. We got you like 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning, something like that.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Bear with me.
So I see the attorneys at the bench, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for the evening. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. If you happen to inadvertently become exposed to any media reports or any information about this case outside of court, please discontinue watching or reading those reports and so indicate when we resume. We are going to resume with the presentation of evidence tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. You may leave your courtesy copies and your notes. They'll be safeguarded. Detective, you may step down. You're still under subpoena. I'll ask that you return tomorrow at 9 a.m. for continuation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything we need to discuss before taking the evening recess, defense?
No, Judge.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to wait for detective.
Understood? You may be seated.
Your Honor, I think that it would be prudent to discuss some things due to the fact that the state did not introduce the defendant's interview from January 13th. I believe that's going to limit some of the content that is available for cross-examination. I also believe, based upon my deposition of Dr. Scully-Danziger, it's going to limit that witness's availability or ability to testify about certain things.
Right. While the rule of completeness contemplates a piece of evidence, the court may not compel the state to present any evidence that they feel does not advance their case. Is the state anticipating not presenting the portion of the statement from the January 13th?
The state's not.
Okay. So as far as what is presented in Dr. Scully-Danziger's testimony,
Based upon my deposition of Dr. Scully-Danziger, she indicated that she was contacted to give an opinion on the defendant's effects of Benadryl at the time of the January 13th interview. That's not an issue if the state doesn't play the January 13th interview. She did receive other records, but during her deposition, she indicated to me that she did not form an opinion based upon those other records. She was not asked to do so. She did receive the autopsy reports and reviewed those. However, she's not a forensic pathologist, so I don't know that her testimony would be, she would be able to give opinion testimony regarding toxicology results, so I'm not sure that she will be able to testify really to anything.
Can I respond?
I just want to clarify the request. The request is a motion in limine to exclude the testimony of Dr. Scully-Danziger on specific portions of her anticipated testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and I wanted to make sure that the record was preserved. I anticipate cross-examination of Detective Cole Miller, but I believe based upon the evidence presented, that's going to be limited to the state's director, Detective Cole Miller.
Okay. So you will anticipate making beyond the scope arguments and objections tomorrow, should you believe that the defense's question are outside of the scope of the state's direct. All right. Thank you.
Can we resolve one issue now, though?
Of course.
Because the prosecutor said that because Dr. Scully Danziger is not a medical examiner, she's not competent. Bruce Goldberger, the doctor from the University of Florida, is not a medical examiner either, and he is a toxicologist and gave opinions in this court. So if we think it's sauce for the goose, it's good for it's sauce for the gander.
Okay.
I may have misspoke if I said forensic pathologist, I meant forensic toxicologist, Dr. Scully is a pharmacist, not a forensic toxicologist.
Who works at a poison center.
Understood. So I'm trying to specify the request. This is a motion to exclude Dr. Scully Danzinger's testimony regarding toxicology based on her not being an expert and not being in a position to give opinion testimony.
Regarding the autopsy toxicology reports, she is not a forensic toxicologist, and therefore she's not qualified to give an opinion as to the toxicology results from the autopsy.
Has she not already given expert testimony to this court in pretrial hearings?
Regarding the effects of Benadryl on the defendant who was alive at the time of the theft.
Understood.
But, Your Honor, there's no such thing as licensing for forensic toxicologist as opposed to just toxicology, because that exactly is what Dr. Goldberg.
We can resolve that matter with a voir dire of Dr. Scully Danzinger outside the presence of the jury, and I guess I'll be making some game time decisions as to whether she will be qualified to testify as to her evaluation of the autopsy reports and any toxicology results. I don't recall getting into that issue with Dr. Scully Danzinger. She may be found to be qualified by the court, or she may not. I'll need to receive that testimony. So as to that issue, I'm going to reserve. I've not been asked. I've been put on notice that to anticipate objections, but I will make accommodations for the state to have an opportunity to voir dire her prior to that specific opinion testimony, and I'll make a decision one way or the other.
Thank you for hearing me today.
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, in my deposition of Dr. Scully Danzinger, I did specifically ask her, quote, do you expect to testify at trial regarding anything you reviewed with the toxicology reports, Megan's medical records, or any of the other medical records that you received? She indicated, I do not know at this time. I mean, if I'm asked to, I can weigh in on that, and I know that we would have to do another deposition if those are opinions that I'm asked to weigh in on and discuss. I was never informed that she was going to testify regarding anything other than what we discussed regarding Anthony Todt. We did briefly discuss some of the autopsy reports during the deposition, but it was not in depth due to Dr. Scully's presence.
All right, thank you. I'm going to entertain Dr. Scully Danzinger's qualifications to testify to opinion testimony when and if they are presented. If we anticipate those are going to get into areas that the state objects as to her expertise or her qualifications to give opinion testimony, we will do that analysis outside of the presence of the jury. As to the secondary issue of making contemporaneous objections outside the scope, I guess I'm going to have to handle those on an objection-by-objection basis. If there's any case law that you wish to present, I will be on the bench at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
In terms of Dr. Scully Danziger, should any proffer be needed, does the court want to quasi set a time for us to make her available for that, or we'll just kind of handle it as we need to?
I don't know, based on your conversations with your client and the flow of the trial, when the defense's case in chief or what it will consist of. So I guess we'll have to do that or we'll consider that when the state rests their presentation of evidence.
Okay.
I'll ask the parties to have a conversation with each other as to the anticipated number of remaining witnesses and the anticipated time when the state anticipates closing, barring any changes in circumstances. We're going to be in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Like I said, I'll be on the bench at 8:30 to handle any matters that have arisen since. Thanks. We're in recess.